Into Darkness, a Children of Dahara novel. Episode 5, by Terry Goodkind. Narrated by John Skelly. Chapter 48.
The Golden Goddess is smart, cunning, and knows how to win followers. She prizes the power she has. She craves the loyalty of her followers and is pleased that they would do anything for her. They would die for her. As you know so well, many have already died for her. As we speak, many more are preparing to come here and slaughter all the people living in this place. Those like me, who believe in consuming what our beautiful, wonderful world has to offer in abundance, have tried many things to make the others see that what they are doing is wrong. But they see us as simply weak and too timid for the dangerous hunts of your kind. More than for the food, they enjoy their power over your kind, much as the goddess herself enjoys her power over her followers. After trying everything to reason with the goddess and her followers, we now realize that there is no way to turn them back from their new ways. If they are not stopped, she will see to it that the Glee come to roam this world and hunt your kind until there are none of you left. They think of eliminating your species as a goal and as an accomplishment. Finding new worlds for her followers to hunt, especially this one, gives the goddess power over them.
Richard stared into the large, glossy black eyes. So, why exactly are you telling me all of this?
Because, for your kind to survive, they must be stopped. For my kind to survive, they must be stopped. To stop them, the Golden Goddess must be killed. There is no other way.
Richard leaned back a little as he tried to judge the truthfulness of Sang's words. It was possible, after all, that there was a power struggle in Sang's world, and he was just as bloodthirsty as the goddess, and simply wanted to win Richard's sympathy in order to help eliminate his opposition for power. Richard supposed that it was even possible that Sang was trying to win Richard's trust in order to eliminate him for the goddess. On the other hand, what Sang was saying did seem to ring true. And if it was true, this could be the key to ending the threat that Richard hadn't previously thought was possible. More than that, not ending the threat could very well result in the end of everyone. We were told that this goddess is merely one of your kind that takes the position of goddess, as others before her, and that if she is killed, another will simply take her place, and then another, and so on, so that killing her is not a solution to stop this madness. Sang didn't hesitate to answer.
It is true that if she is killed, her followers may not stop simply because she is killed. Hunting and killing has given them a taste for power, so another leader will likely emerge to take her place. If killing her would stop this war with other worlds and what she is doing to her own kind, we would have tried to kill her ourselves if we could. But she is very powerful, with many who believe in her and do what she tells them. She teaches them that through eating the flesh of intelligent beings like your kind, they will gain the strength and wisdom of those they eat, making them superior beings. Unlike eating our traditional food of floatweed and mussel snails, they find a thrill in the danger involved. It gives some of them the chance to rise to be champions of the kills. Champions gain the favor of the goddess. This means that if she is killed, another would very likely want to take her place. Those with me could never succeed in stopping them because they have learned to fight, and they are vicious at it. Those who believe, like me, that what they do is wrong are not fighters, and we don't have their fighting skills. But on the other hand, if she is killed, and if her followers are dealt a severe enough blow, with many in their ranks killed on their home ground, they may then for the first time fear for their lives, fear for their world, fear for their offspring, and they may go back to the way we have traditionally lived for as long as any of us knows.
Richard studied Sang's emotionless face for a moment. It's also possible that even if she and a number of her followers are killed, they could still hold to their belief in collecting and hunting other worlds, gather followers, and revert to this savage life. Sang nodded.
Yes, this is true. And this is why, besides killing the goddess and enough of her followers as only you would be able to do, there is another important aspect to what must be done.
Richard had thought there had to be more to it. And what would that additional thing be that would need to be done?
The device that allows them to go to other worlds must be destroyed once and for all. If they are denied any possibility of ever hunting other worlds, they could not win over followers. And without followers, believers, they could not continue.
Richard felt goosebumps ripple up his arms to the nape of his neck. He didn't like the idea of being an assassin. He remembered telling Zed once that if he took the sword, he would not be an assassin. Zed had told him that he could be whatever he wanted to be. Not only the world, but he himself had changed since he'd taken the sword. He now understood that there were times when it was necessary to stop a deadly threat, and that killing was often the only way to do that. The difference between him and those he had to stop, like the goddess and the Glee, was that they killed because they wanted to. He killed because it was the only way to survive and prevent killing from continuing. I presume you are here, then, to ask me to somehow return to your world and kill the goddess for you along with enough of her followers to discourage them. Sang bowed his head.
Yes, you have it exactly right.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that I agreed. So then, if I went to your world and could accomplish such a thing for you, you would then send us back here, and you would then destroy the device so it could never be used again?
No,
Sang said with a sorrowful shake of his head.
You must also destroy the device with that weapon you carry.
How could I possibly destroy a device that I don't even understand?
We cannot destroy the device because there is nothing in my home world that would be powerful enough to harm it.
With a claw, Sang gestured to Richard's left hip.
I have seen you use that weapon. I have seen it do things that I find hard to believe. I have seen it do things that nothing else could do. We do not have anything like it. I believe it is the only weapon that could destroy the device.
Richard was feeling a rising sense of dread. If I were to agree to come to your world, and I succeeded in defeating the Golden Goddess and her followers, and then destroyed this device that allows them to go to other worlds, how could I come home? To my world? Sang reluctantly shook his head again.
There would be no way. With the device destroyed, you would not be able to return to your world.
Chapter 49. Richard swallowed, trying to moisten his suddenly dry mouth, not entirely sure he had heard Sang correctly. You're saying that I could never return to my world? Never? There would be no way for me to return? Sang nodded sorrowfully.
Yes, I am sorry. Once you have destroyed the device, you would not be able to return here. I am sorry, but it is the only way.
Richard shook his head, not wanting to believe that he would have to stay there in Sang's world. I don't know if I could leave my world for yours to fight for those on your side who can't or won't do it themselves, and then, even if I succeed, never be able to return home to my mate, my offspring, my people, and my world? That is too much to ask.
I am sorry, but there is no other way, Sang said. But it would not simply be that you fight for those like me. It would be for the survival of those in your world as well.
Richard blinked in disbelief. I don't see how I could live in your world.
I can tell you that of all the worlds the goddess has collected, none can begin to match the beauty of my own home world. So you would at least have that. Your world here is a harsh, dry place. My world is lush and warm and beautiful beyond anything you have ever seen before.
Richard had to remind himself to hold back his rising anger. This wasn't personal. Sang was trying to find a way to end the bloodshed, even if the solution he had come up with was unacceptable. I don't care how beautiful it is. It's not my home. Everyone I love is here, in this world. Sang cocked his head to the side.
But this is such a dry place. I don't know how you are even able to survive here. We have much trouble coming here because of how dry it is. We must put the jelly of the scrum plant on ourselves to help keep our skin moist while we are here, or it would dry out and crack. Then we would bleed, and we would die.
That explained the gelatinous masses that Richard had seen slide off of them when the Glee first arrived, as well as the wet appearance of their skin. Sang, I'm not sure I could ever agree to such a thing. To leave everything I have here and everyone I love, never to return. As you may know, my own offspring are about to come into the world.
I do know about the imminent arrival of your offspring. Please believe me when I say that I sympathize with your reluctance, Sang said, sounding sincere. If the situation were reversed, I don't know that I could stand to live in your world, never to return to mine.
He gestured at Vika.
But you would have this female with you, at least?
That is not enough, nor is it a solution. Richard gestured up to the keep. My mate is there.
I am sorry. But while I do admit to wanting my kind to return to their ways and no longer be able to raid other worlds, the more important thing I am telling you is that this is the only way if you wish your kind here in this world to survive. As we speak, the Golden Goddess is right now preparing to send the largest number of Glee yet to come here to kill all the people of that place down the mountain. She wants none left alive to punish you for going into that place of magic to hide rather than surrender. When that is finished, they will then be sent to other places in your world to hunt the people there until there are no more of your kind. This will not be attacks such as you have seen and fought against before. This will be mass attacks in many different places at the same time. The goddess knows of and fears your magic. And she also knows that when you retreat into this place of magic here above us, she will not be able to reach out and take you, your mate, or your unborn children. But she also knows that with you hiding in there and not able to fight, or at least not able to fight in all the places of your world at once, there will be virtually no effective opposition to her and her forces. There will be the sport of some opposition, of course, but the Glee enjoy some resistance. People in places all over your world will not be able to withstand the attacks. The resistance they put up will not be enough for your kind to survive. The goddess knows that your magic protects the magic of this world. If your offspring live, their magic will do the same. Yet, as you hide and protect them in this place, she will see that vulnerability and exploit it. With you stuck in there protecting your mate and offspring, it gives her and her followers an opening to come here to this world in mass to hunt and devour your kind until there are none left other than you and those few with you in this fortress of magic. Although you may in that way be able to preserve magic in your world and the few people inside there with you, there will be no people left out in the rest of the world. They will all be dead. Your world will be a dead place.
Richard looked over at Vika. When she realized the full extent of what was in store for their world, some of the color had left her face. What was coming was no less than the cataclysmic end of everyone and everything. Sang was right. Even if they stayed and fought, they couldn't fight in every city, town, and village all over the world at the same time. He might be wildly successful against the Glee he faced, but he was only one man in one place and could not face nearly all of them.
I am afraid that I am not offering you the ability to return to this place and the people you love, Sang said. Once you destroy the device, It will not be possible for you to return to your home. But what I am offering you is the possibility of destroying the threat that otherwise will hunt down and slaughter everyone in your world. You have seen what they have already done, how many they have slaughtered, and what they are capable of. They know no mercy, and will grant none. They will not stop unless you come with me and stop them, and then destroy the device to prevent them from ever again coming to this world. You can only do those things in my world. What I am offering you is the possibility of saving the lives of those you love and everyone else in your world. I will not deceive you. That is all I am able to offer. I understand the sacrifice you will be making. But you must decide now, because they will be coming soon, and if you don't come with me and stop them there, it will be too late.
Chapter 50. Richard stood unmoving, terrified at the thought of never being able to see Kaelin again. She was his world. He would never see their children, never be able to teach them and watch them grow. Never see them have the life he and Kaelin had fought so hard for them to have. He would never see Kaelin's special smile and her beautiful green eyes again. Richard had never been so frozen in fear and uncertainty before. Through that fear, though, he realized that if he didn't do this, it would be the end of his world and the end of Kaelin and their children's world. If he didn't take this chance, how could he ever look Kaelin in the eye again, once she knew he might have been able to stop the slaughter of everyone in their world, and he hadn't tried? Richard looked over at Vika. "What do you think?" She arched an eyebrow. "You are the Lord Rahl. You care about everyone in this world, or you would not have sacrificed everything you did to win freedom for everyone. You fought those long wars for those who depend on you, and because you care that they have a life. I know you are going, and I know that nothing I could say would stop you. So why are you even asking me? But I am going with you, and that is final. I will fight beside you in the struggle you face there, in that world, no less than I have in this world." Richard swallowed as he nodded. She was right, of course. She would also be sacrificing everything she knew and the possibility of what the future might bring for her. He had only entertained the idea of not going as he desperately tried to think of another solution. But deep down inside, just as Vika said, he knew that he had no choice. This was the only way of ending the threat. He had to go, no matter what it cost him personally. The lives of everyone in the Daharan Empire were his responsibility. Not only that, but he cared that the people of his world could live their lives as they wished and in peace. The Grace told the story of each of their lives, and it needed to live on. It was not simply a matter of being the Lord Rahl and it being his responsibility. He sincerely wanted people to be able to live their lives as they wanted, to achieve their hopes and dreams. If he didn't do this, they would know only terror and death. He was still filled with questions, though. Some, he knew, had no answer, but at least some did. How did you get here from your world? You had to have used this device you spoke of, but isn't it guarded by the goddess or her followers? That device is their way to raid other worlds.
The device is in a high place that is very dry, Sang said. No one guards it, because no one uses it except the goddess and her followers. Only they wish to go to other worlds, so there is no reason to endure such a dry place except when they use the device. They know that it cannot be destroyed, so there is no reason that they would need to guard it. Other than her followers, I am the only one who has used it. I went to other worlds they raided to try to find help, but I could find none until I saw you fight. I needed to use the device to come here to observe you and see if I thought you could possibly be the one to help stop this. I finally came to know that you are the one.
So then you simply went up to where it is and used the device to come here?
Yes.
As Richard considered it, he thought that it made sense. But the device is not here in this world, or any of the worlds the goddess collects for hunting grounds. So how do you return to your world without the device to send you back?
It is hard to explain.
Do your best.
You have seen my kind when they fear being killed and they simply vanish?
Sang asked. Yes. They sort of turn all scribbly and then they disappear. We all assume they are returning to their own world. Sang nodded.
They were. When the device sends us somewhere, it creates a link to our minds. So, when I desire, because I am connected to it through my mind, the device knows my thought that I want to return, and it pulls me back. It does the same with all the glee you have seen vanish.
Richard grasped the general idea, but couldn't imagine how it could work. It sounded like magic of some kind, a very powerful, advanced, and incomprehensible magic. As if he could see that Richard was having trouble understanding it, Sang idly clacked his claws as he tried to think of a better way to explain it.
The way to think of it is that we become attached to the device by a lifeline that it creates when it sends us to another world. Imagine if you went in dangerous water, and you suddenly wanted to go back to shore. When you called out, others pulled you back to shore by that lifeline. In much that way, when we want to go home, the device pulls us back by that lifeline.
Richard nodded as he considered, still not entirely satisfied. What you expect of me will not be so easy. If I agreed to come to your world with you, would those who believe as you do fight with me to defeat the goddess and her kind? Sang stared at him a long moment.
I cannot say for sure. They are not fighters.
This is about their world and their way of life, Richard pointed out with a rising sense of angry frustration. Sang nodded.
You are a great leader in your world. Leaders become leaders because they are able to convince others to follow them. The goddess is like this. Although those with me are not fighters, I believe that they might be willing to follow you. At the very least, they can help you in many ways, such as getting you to the goddess and her followers.
I need a lot more than having them point me in the right direction. Richard drummed his fingers on the handle of his sword as he considered. I think I can understand what you say about how you were able to go back. But how could Vika and I go there too? We don't have that link, that lifeline, as you called it, for the device to use to pull us there.
That is the easy part. When a number of injured Glee returned, they confirmed a theory many of us have. One time, when they attacked your people, one of the women with you used magic to create snakes. Many of those snakes bit the Glee, and while we do not fear the snakes in our world, these snakes from your world were killing those Glee with venom. The snakes, once they bit into a Glee, would not let go. The Glee, being bitten, panicked, called on their lifeline, and the device pulled them back. All they needed to do was to merely think to return, and the device that had sent them was able to know that wish, and it snatched them back to our world.
What about this theory you had?
The important part is that when they returned, the snakes were still holding on tight to them. That confirmed our theory that if I hold on to something from this world, it will return with me. I myself tested this by holding a rock when I returned, and it came to my world with me. This was also confirmed when some of the Glee returned with parts of your people for the Golden Goddess and their offspring to eat. Those body parts were also used to convince others to join with her.
Richard remembered quite vividly how the Glee down in the bowels of the People's Palace had dismembered many of the bodies. You are saying, then, that we would hold on to you, and we would go there with you to your world when you return? You think it is really that simple? Sang gave him a single nod.
Yes.
Richard considered for a moment. He couldn't imagine a device with such power, but then, on the other hand, he had sent those who didn't want to live with magic, including his half-sister, to another world without magic. He also had used a device that created a star shift and sent their entire world to another place in the sky. He had seen devices, such as the boxes of Orden and the Omen machine, that had unimaginable power, power over the world of life and the world of the dead. So he supposed that even if he hadn't seen the device the Glee had, he knew that such powerful devices existed. He didn't really know where most of those devices came from, or who could have made them. For all he knew, it might as well be these same gods. He looked over at Vika. She simply shrugged. If I were to agree to this crazy idea, what would we have to do? Simply hold on to you, and we would be pulled back with you?
More than that,
Sang said as he stared at Richard for a long moment with a haunted look in his big black eyes.
It is more than simply being pulled back by a lifeline. There is more to it.
What do you mean?
We must go into darkness.
Chapter 51. Richard's brow tightened. Into darkness. Sang nodded again.
I am afraid that is the only way.
I don't understand. What do you mean we have to go into darkness? Sang stared off again with a haunted look. He seemed to be looking again into that place that obviously frightened him.
That is the only way I can say it for you,
he finally told them as he looked first at Vika and then at Richard.
There is no way I can explain such a thing in a way that would make you truly understand. The only way I can say it is that we must go into darkness. It is what happens when we use the device. Once you have done it, you will understand. You will know what those words mean. If you have not done it, then there is no way for me to make you understand.
Into darkness, Richard said as he stared at Sang. Sang nodded.
Into darkness. That is really the only way I can begin to describe it. Yet the words are so hollow. Into darkness is something such as you have never experienced before. It seems to consume you. It is falling into darkness, and it is terrifying. You think that it will never end, that it never could end. Each time I go into darkness, I fear that this is the time it will not end, and I will forever be in that place of darkness.
Richard wondered if it was anything like the underworld. So, Richard finally asked, is there a risk that we would be lost there, in that darkness, especially since we weren't attached to the device by this lifeline? The Glee bowed.
To find what you seek, you must sometimes go into the darkness, even though there is always the risk that you will become lost.
Richard thought that was a pretty vague, philosophical answer. It didn't really tell him anything. He shared a look with Vika. He had, of course, been to the world of the dead. For that matter, he had actually been dead and then managed to return. In a way, he had been pulled back by his connection to those still living. That was a place of eternal darkness. A lifeline of sorts had pulled him back. He couldn't imagine any place or experience that could be darker than that, but he got the impression from what Sang said that this place might be darker even than the world of the dead, although he didn't think that Sang had ever been to the underworld to judge the difference. Vika had been to the cusp of that world. She had looked into the dark world of the dead. He could see by the haunted look in her eyes that she was remembering that experience.
The longer you think about it, Sang said, the greater the risk grows that the others will go to the device in order to come here before they can be stopped. If we delay too long, we risk arriving as they come up to the device, and then you would have to battle them when you are disoriented from having just come out of darkness and into my world. That would not be good. All three of us could be killed before we are able even to run.
Richard knew Sang was right. To have the element of surprise, they needed to get there and meet with those who were on his side first to come up with a plan. The longer he considered, the greater the risk grew that the goddess and her horde would arrive in Aidendril first. Plus, he had no idea how confused he would be upon arriving in that world. He knew that when he came back to the world of life after being in the underworld, it was difficult to again get his bearings. Light and colors and sounds were all overwhelming at first. But this sounded somehow worse. He found himself immobilized with fear. Not with fear of going into darkness, although if he knew exactly what that meant, maybe he would fear it more. But with fear of leaving everyone he loved forever. It was fear of never again being with Kaelin. He just didn't know if he could do such a thing. It would be a living suicide.
If you say no, Sang said, I would not blame you. I don't know that I could come here to your world and never be able to go home. But if you are willing to do this to have a chance to save the people of your world, then the time is now upon us when we must act.
Richard steeled himself. He hooked his bow over one shoulder and his pack over the other. Vika hoisted her pack up over one shoulder. Finally, Richard reached out with his left hand and put it firmly on Sang's right shoulder. His skin was cool, soft, and moist, more like the skin of a salamander than that of a person. He looked over at Vika. When their eyes met, each of them placed a hand on the other's shoulder. Then she put her right hand on Sang's left shoulder. Sang reached up and laid a claw over each of their shoulders. Once he had, they were all locked together into a circle of 3. An important component of the law of 9s, Richard reminded himself. He hoped that added bit of magic would help him and Vika survive going into darkness. Do it, Richard said. Call your lifeline. Chapter 52. Almost as soon as he said it, he thought of Kaelin and wished he could call his words back. But at the same time, he knew he had to be strong if Kaelin and everyone else in his world were to have a chance to live free of the Glee. Besides, even as he had the thought, it was already too late. Everything all around him, the stone bridge, the forest, the wizard's keep above them, and the city of Aidendril below, all started to look scribbly. Only Vika and Sang seemed solid. The air itself had streaks of empty darkness slashing through it, as if the fabric of the world of life were shredded apart. The whole world around them was rapidly dissolving into scribbles as holes tore open into voids in the very reality of existence. Those voids suddenly expanded explosively. All light, all sound, and everything else that made up the world around him seemed to be sucked out of existence, ripped away, leaving a universe of nothingness. Not even Sang and Vika were there with him. He was totally alone as he was sucked into that darkness. It felt in a way like tripping in the darkest night and tumbling off a cliff. Richard felt himself falling without end. He kept expecting to hit the bottom, or to hit something. He knew he couldn't fall this long without soon slamming into something. His muscles tensed and his nerves burned with the agonizing expectation of that sudden, bone-shattering impact. It was terrifying. An eternity of fear was compressed into every second that he felt himself helplessly falling into darkness. That fear of hitting the bottom, or of falling forever, became everything. Richard worked at talking himself out of the panic that was clawing at his emotions. He tried to see his hand, but couldn't. He tried to touch it to his face, but he felt nothing, either from his hand or his face. He felt nothing at all. He put all his effort into focusing on reasoning out what was happening. As he did, he realized that he wasn't really falling. Once he concentrated and tried to make sense of what he was feeling, or rather not feeling, he became aware that there was no down, no up, no hot, no cold, no light, and actually no sensation of any kind. It was complete and total suspension of all sensation. There was nothing other than his own free-floating thoughts. He couldn't feel anything that made him feel alive. He couldn't feel his heartbeat, or his breathing, or anything that made him feel that he existed at all anymore. In fact, it felt as if he didn't exist, as if he were merely thinking that he had once existed. It was even becoming hard to remember his world. Rather than let himself be pulled under by the overwhelming emotion of feeling that he no longer existed, and since he had absolutely no control over what was happening, he let himself relax as he tried not to think. He lost track of how long it had been, and as he did, it began to feel like something he was all too familiar with. The eternity of the underworld. That place, too, was darker than dark, and it, too, went on forever. But this was a different kind of darkness. Not only was it a physical darkness, it was also a kind of inner darkness. The totality of it was different from the underworld. This was not a sense of being in the world of the dead, but a void of existence itself. The only thing that seemed to exist was his thoughts. In the underworld, there had at least been constellations of souls, and he had been able to will his soul to travel through them. Here, there was nothing to travel through, and he was not able to will himself to go anywhere. There was no there within this darkness. Suddenly, it ended. Existence imploded in on him from all sides. He felt his own weight, and with that, solid ground under his feet. He opened his eyes, and as scribbles all around him were just vanishing, he saw a strange world of desolation beneath a heavily clouded sky. All the clouds were different shades of dark red, darker and thicker the lower they were. Ruddy rock rose up in towering, otherworldly formations, seemingly shaped by the hot, moist wind that swirled around them. The muddy reddish clouds that rolled by low overhead looked almost like smoke. Everything in this world was some shade of sullen red. Richard felt like he was looking out through a piece of red glass that tinted everything. It made him wonder if his eyes, or even his brain, had somehow been damaged by the journey from his world, and maybe they weren't working properly. And as a result, he could now see things only in shades of red. He breathed in deeply. The air was damp and warm. So damp that in comparison to his own world, it was heavy, humid, and uncomfortable. It felt almost thick. He could see why Sang said that his world was a dry world. This was an oppressively clammy, sticky, and moist world. He already longed for dryness. They were standing in an area of sand that reminded him very much of the area of white sand in the Garden of Life in the People's Palace, although the sand here looked white only in that it was less red than everything else. With all the smooth, towering rock formations, it felt almost like an eerie cathedral of stone sculpted by wind and weather. That muggy wind moaned as it moved through the strange, smoothly curved surfaces of the rock. Vika was still holding his shoulder on one side and Sang on the other. Their arms were all still locked together. It had seemed he was totally alone once he went into darkness, but that wasn't true. The other two had always been there with him. He just hadn't been aware of them. He finally released Vika's shoulder, and she his as they straightened. He could tell by the look on her face that she had experienced the same thing he had coming to this brooding, reddish, wind-swept world. He let his hand drop away from Sang. He leaned toward Vika and whispered, "What colors do you see?" She looked around. "Everything looks red. At least my outfit fits right in." Richard nodded. "That it does." As he looked around, he could see from the clouds between the reddish rock formations that they were someplace high. Over the edge, down below them, the ground was obscured by the rolling, roiling clouds drifting swiftly by the high place where they were. "Come," Sang said to them. "We must get away from this dry place before the others come." He turned and made his way between some of the surrounding rock formations. They were striated in layers of different colors of dark, brownish reds, and looked like the wind had eroded the soft rock, making smooth, round depressions and curving edges. It was disorienting to look at. Richard could see by the clouds down lower that they were high up in some kind of desolate, mountainous terrain. There was absolutely no vegetation. He remembered Sang saying that it was a dry place. The wind carried a lot of moisture and made a ghostly moaning sound through the strangely shaped rock formations. Apparently, the air, as damp as it was not damp enough for the glee. Trying to focus his eyes in this reddish world was giving him a headache. The sand he and Vika were on was the least red thing he could see. "This is my home world," Sang said as he waved an arm, urging them on. "The home world of the glee. We have arrived safely. Now, we need to get down out of this place." Chapter 53. "Where is the device?" Richard asked, grabbing Sang by his arm before he could leave. "Is that it?" Sang stopped and looked across the sand to what Richard was pointing at. Something that definitely did not belong in this strange, wind-blown landscape of organic shapes. There, Across the way, on the edge of the sand, stood a square piece of stone, each side about the length of his arm from his shoulder to his fingertips. It wasn't tall. It wouldn't quite come up to his rib cage. The top was slanted, so that if you stood before the stone at the edge of the sand on the other side, you would have been able to have a good look at that slanted top. But Richard couldn't see it from where he was. The stone looked smooth, but not smooth in the same way the sculpted rock all around them was smooth. This thing was absolutely square and straight on all sides. And while it was smooth, it was not polished like so much of the stone in palaces. With everything some shade of red, it was hard to tell what color it might actually be. But Richard thought it would be dull gray in his own world. There were markings all over the stone. He was too far away to know what kinds of markings they were, but he could see that they covered the entire stone. Richard wondered if he should draw his sword and destroy the device before the goddess could send more glee to his world. As if reading his thoughts, Sang was gesturing urgently.
Hurry! We must get away from this place for now, and get to those who side with me against the goddess. I told them about you, and said that I was going to see if I could get you to come back with me. They will be waiting.
Richard and Vika followed Sang as he rushed off between the labyrinth of smooth, flowing shapes of the towering rocks surrounding the white sand. Once they were through the meandering gaps in the rock walls, the descent rapidly became steep. There was a path of sorts between the standing forest of rocks, at times with crude steps cut into the soft rock. Below them, Richard could see a thick blanket of clouds covering the ground far into the distance. As they moved down from the place with the device that sat at the edge of the area of sand, they gradually descended into that dark reddish cloud. As the visibility grew less and less, it was similar to moving down into clouds below high places in the mountains in Richard's world, and having those clouds turn to a dense fog once you were inside them. It was the same here, except the fog was a dirty reddish color. The farther down they went, the wetter the air became with mist. At some point, the mist turned to drizzle. Even before the drizzle, the heat and humidity had Richard's shirts soaking wet. Vika unbuckled some leather straps so that she could open her outfit at the neck. This was definitely not a place to be wearing leather, although the red fit right in. In fact, the red leather stood out brightly in the murky red world. Sang looked relieved when they finally got into the heavier drizzle. He used his wrists to rub the water collecting on his arms around on his body, seeming to luxuriate in the wetness that he had missed for so long. He looked back at them and drew his lips back to show his teeth. Vika glanced at Richard, wondering what it could mean. "I think he is showing us a smile," he whispered to her. She gave him a look of silent incredulity. If it really was a smile, it was about as grotesque a smile as he had ever seen. After about a couple hours of moving quickly down slopes of loose scree that slid out from underfoot, over ledges and down through canyons of towering rock walls, and then over yet more rock, but this time harder and more jagged, they emerged from the bottom of the cloud cover into a strange, wet-looking world. The ground, for as far as Richard could see, was relatively flat. The only mountainous area was behind them, as was the one they had just climbed down from out of the clouds. Haze and drizzle made the visibility toward the horizon poor, but he didn't see any hills or mountains off that way. There was scattered, low vegetation among open, swampy areas, and there were a lot of rather tall plants that resembled lush ferns. Mostly roundish rocks, some small, covered much of the ground where there wasn't the water or areas of the low vegetation. Among those small rocks were a few smooth, round rocks no bigger than about the right size to sit on. The rocks covered most of the dry areas above the water. In fact, they littered the ground endlessly. Some of the expanses of water in the distance looked larger, but most of the water nearby was in patchy areas much like the swamps he had seen before, but without the trees. In the distance were peculiar trees with long, crooked, bare trunks. High up each tree had a single dense clump of leaves. Widely spaced here and there, the trees seemed to march across the landscape beneath the cloudy red sky. They were the strangest-looking trees Richard had ever seen. None, though, were very close. Flocks of birds moved through the air like current in a raging river. As some swept down closer, he could see that they weren't actually birds. They were large bats flying in colonies. As they reached the bottom of the climb, Sang walked right into the first body of water he could get to until it was up to his neck. Richard could see several snakes writhing just below the surface of the water. Sang stretched out and swam for a bit, as if to refresh himself. "Sang, there are snakes in the water," Vika called out in alarm. Sang kept swimming for a moment before turning back to them.
"Don't worry. The snakes are friendly."
"Friendly? What if they bite you?" she asked.
"They eat small insects. They don't bite us, and they do not have venom, like the snakes in your world. The only animals that sometimes cause harm to us are the boars. They are big and mean, and sometimes even kill Glee."
"Boars?" Richard asked. "You mean you have wild boars?"
"They live in the muddy places."
Sang gestured off beyond the immediate swampy water.
"But sometimes they attack us. They are dangerous. They are big, with tough hides our claws can't cut through, and have sharp tusks bigger than our claws. We must always watch for wild boars when we are not in the water. They like the mud, but they don't go near the water."
He then busied himself at the edge of the water, dredging up water plants with round nodules dotting their entire length. They were a sickly green color, with a slight iridescence to them. When he had an armful, he flopped them over on the rocks.
"Floatweed," he told them.
As soon as he was free of his load of floatweed, he started using his claws to pry at a large flat snail stuck tight to a rock at the waterline.
"This is a mussel snail," he announced as he worked at prying it away from the rock. "I want you to be able to try our delicious food."
Richard thought the place smelled rather rank, like most any swamp he had been in. Not as bad as some, worse than others. Vika looked around at the strange and forbidding reddish desolation, then looked over at him and spoke in a low voice that Sang wouldn't hear. "He's right. This place is an absolute paradise." Richard half huffed a laugh in answer. "Sang," he said, "we're not hungry right now. More importantly, we don't have time for this. We need to stop the goddess before she sends her hordes to my world to kill people. You said that there were those of your kind who wanted to see me if I returned with you." Sang blinked up at him, then walked up onto the rocks. The water sluiced off him as he emerged from the swampy water, some of the string algae draped over his shoulder.
"Yes, you are right. My apologies. I was just so happy to be home that I wasn't thinking. I was eager to show you some of the wonderful things about my world, so that you would not be so afraid that you must remain here."
"Where are the others?" Richard asked, getting right down to business as he scanned the other swampy areas. They were dark, and it would be hard to see any Glee if they were in the water. "We need to talk to those who believe as you." Sang stretched up on his webbed toes and peered into the distance. He pointed with a claw.
"There are some of them over there, on those rocks, harvesting mussel snails. I will go talk to them and ask them to gather the others right away."
"Good," Richard said as he took Vika's arm and guided her up onto some of the rocks that were a bit flatter and easier to stand on without their ankles twisting. In the distance, he could just make out the dark shapes of other Glee near the edge of some of the swampy areas. They were hauling up floatweed. In other places, he saw a few Glee swimming through larger bodies of water. They were so graceful in the water that they hardly disturbed the surface. Richard was beginning to feel frustrated and annoyed. He had come to stop the Golden Goddess from sending the Glee to slaughter the people in his world. He and Vika had given up their futures, their lives, in order to accomplish that vital mission. He hadn't known that he was going to end up playing mother hen trying to gather up groups of distracted Glee. Chapter 54. Sang met with Glee that were close by. They kept staring over at Richard and Vika. He then went off to talk to others. A crowd of Glee began to come over, gathering around Richard and Vika. The way they blinked as they leaned toward him and stared, they were making him feel like some kind of curious specimen. By the time Sang returned with yet more of the Glee, A crowd of large black heads had spread out before him. They watched him, looking like maybe they expected he might fly or breathe out flames or something. As they all crowded in around him, they made a kind of low hiss as they looked around at each other, as if mumbling, but he didn't hear any words in his head. Richard thought they must be talking to each other, and they chose not to let the words come into his mind. Richard and Vika shared a look, not knowing what to expect. Sang finally stepped through the gathering of tall, black creatures. He held his claws in tight to his stomach so as not to accidentally catch on them, and they did the same as they allowed him to pass. Sang turned to the glee assembled before them and held out a claw toward Richard and Vika as he waited for all those gathered to fall silent and pay attention. Richard watched all the glee, still wary. He was trusting Sang's word that they wanted his help, and that this wasn't some trick to get him away from his own people so they could eliminate him. He didn't really think that was the case, but he studied all the glee before him, one at a time, looking at each face for any hint of trouble.
"These are the ones I spoke of," Sang finally announced. "This is Lord Rahl with the weapon he carries on his hip, and the female is Vika, one of his warriors. Unlike us, their females fight alongside the males, and I can tell you from having watched them fight that this female is deadly. They both have given up their lives and those they care for, given up any hope of ever returning to their world in order to come here to finally stop the Golden Goddess and her followers. Lord Rahl has even given up caring for his new offspring, not yet come into the world, in order to come here to protect his world and ours."
This news seemed to create a lot of conversation that he and Vika couldn't hear, but he could imagine it well enough as glee faced one another, nodding among themselves and occasionally glancing up at him and Vika. Their animated gestures finally subsided until no one seemed to be saying anything, unless they were talking to Sang, and only he could hear them in his mind. Richard didn't especially like the way the glee could choose for others to hear them or not. He worried that if they were saying anything threatening, he wouldn't have any idea that he was suddenly on the verge of being attacked. If that were the case, there was nothing he could do about it before it happened. "If we are to stop the goddess," Richard said aloud to get their attention, "we are going to need your help." That seemed to send a fright through the group. A number of them started slowly moving back. A few at the edges of the crowd slipped into the water and glided away.
"They are afraid," Sang explained. "These are not fighters like the others. They are against what the others do, but they are not fighters. They don't like cruelty."
Richard looked out at the sea of inky faces watching him. At least they weren't showing their teeth. As he scanned the group, he paid particular attention to one individual near the front. He was standing just behind a few others. Richard pointed to that one. "You. Come here." All the glee looked confused. The glee Richard had pointed to glanced around self-consciously but didn't move. Richard stepped down off the rock he was standing on and gently urged several glee in the front out of his way. Before anyone knew what was happening, he snatched the glee he had been watching by the wrist, above the claw, before he could slip away. The glee twisted and turned first one way and then another as he tried to back away from Richard's grip. Richard turned the wrist over and increased the pressure on it. He was glad to find that it had the same effect on the glee as it did on people. It forced the glee to his knees.
"What are you doing?"
Sang's voice in his head sounded frantic and frightened. Chapter 55. Richard twisted the glee's wrist harder. Doing so worked just as well as it did on a man, causing the glee to squeal in pain as he cringed before him on his knees. Richard continued to apply pressure to keep him immobilized. "This one here is a spy sent by the Golden Goddess," he announced to the shocked crowd. At his words, the mass of glee all moved back away from the one Richard had by the wrist as they hissed in fear, confusion, or Richard didn't really know what. "She sent this one to watch the glee she considers traitors to her kind. She considers all of you a threat. This one was watching, and then intended to report back to her on what he heard you saying. Once he did, it would only be a matter of time before she moved against you." Sang looked confused as he glanced around at the others watching them.
"What are you doing?" What makes you think this?
Richard showed Sang a small smile. He doesn't have the green sheen to his skin that all the rest of those gathered here have. This one does not eat flutterweed, floatweed, and mussel snails. He eats the flesh of those from other worlds. Along with everyone else, Sang stared at the glee Richard had on his knees.
Is this true?
No, the glee screamed in Richard's mind, and, he was sure, in the minds of all the glee gathered around watching. You are lying, Richard said as he gave Vika a meaningful look. Without hesitation, she spun her aegil up into her fist. She went to one knee to get down closer to the glee, and without a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and rammed her aegil into his midsection. The glee shrieked out loud, twisting, trying to get away, but Richard held him tight with pressure on his wrist as Vika kept the pressure on her aegil. She finally pulled back away. She leaned in, then, putting her face close to the glee. Tell everyone what you are doing here.
I don't know what you are talking about,
the glee cried out in their heads.
I am no spy. I am not with the goddess. We don't do this kind of thing to one another,
Sang said as he held his arms out, trying to urge Vika and Richard to stop.
This is not the way we behave to each other.
Vika looked back over her shoulder, giving Sang the kind of look that only a Mord Sith in a rage could give. He went silent as he backed up a step. We gave up our lives to come here, she said. Lord Rahl gave up his wife and children who are about to be born to come here. He can never return home. All for you. All for the glee. All to help you stop your own kind from killing and destroying your way of life. We are doing this as much for you as for the lives in our world. And I have to tell you, after sacrificing my life and my world, I am definitely not in the mood to be lied to. I would tell her what she wants to know, Richard told the glee he was keeping on his knees. The glee defiantly shook his head. Vika reacted by ramming her aegil into his midsection again. The glee twisted and shrieked. The first time had been a warning to talk. She held it there longer the second time, and pressed it in harder. When she finally pulled it away, the glee sagged, one arm raised up only because Richard had a firm grip on his wrist. Tears of agony ran from his big black eyes. Vika held the aegil up before the panting glee's face. The next time, unless you start answering our questions truthfully, I'm going to shove this in your eye, blinding it, and when you don't answer, I will blind your other eye. If you still don't... The glee held up his other claw.
No, please. I will tell you what you want to know.
Richard lifted up on the arm, still putting pressure on the wrist until the glee was standing on trembling legs. I want you to tell everyone the truth of what you are doing here. The glee looked around. He glanced timidly at Vika before beginning.
The Golden Goddess sent me, just as this one said. She is gathering a large force to begin a mass attack.
With a claw, he gestured out at the crowd.
She considers all of you traitors because you do not support her. You are traitors. She has promised those with her that she is going to let them hunt you for the sport of it and then eat you all. She will no longer tolerate any of you who talk to her followers, trying to get them to change their ways. She believes it would be better if you and your offspring were all dead.
Loud hissing that Richard took for a kind of collective gasp of shock spread through all the glee watching. They clacked their teeth and claws, apparently in a display of anger. Why are you here now? Richard asked.
Our spy up near the mountain saw that Sang was bringing two of the creatures from the other world down to here. The goddess sent me to find out your plans so that she might stop you. She is very angry. She wants your blood.
I would be glad to tell her my plans, Richard said to the glee. In fact, I want you to go back and tell her my plans. The glee nodded eagerly.
Yes, I will tell her what you say.
Do you know who I am? The glee shrugged a little.
The one they call Lord Rahl.
Yes, that and more, Richard said for all to hear. I am also the one called Fjurgrissa Ostdroka.
Fjurgrissa Ostdroka, I don't know what that means.
It means the bringer of death. I want you to tell your golden goddess that besides being Fjörgrissa Ostroka, I was born a war wizard. War is my calling. I live for fighting wars. The Glee nodded furiously.
Yes, I will tell her.
I want you to also tell the golden goddess that she has sent her kind to my world to kill us. Because of her, I have gone into darkness. Now I am here, and I mean to make war.
Yes,
The Glee said, still nodding.
I will tell her your words.
I want you to also tell her that I demand she surrender her world to me. The Glee winced a little as he shrank back as much as he could with Richard still holding pressure on his wrist.
Surrender her world. What should I tell her are your conditions?
No conditions. Her surrender must be unconditional. There will be no negotiations. If she does not surrender her world unconditionally, I will come and kill her and all of her followers. The Glee seemed to wince a little as he nodded again.
I will tell her. Fjörgrissa Ostdraka, the bringer of death. She must surrender our world unconditionally. I will tell her.
One more thing.
Yes.
Tell her that I am going to enjoy hunting and killing her. Richard suddenly released the Glee's wrist. As he did, and before the Glee could leave, he drew his sword. The rage of the sword's magic instantly surged through him. The unique sound of steel rang out across the swampy water. Before anyone could say anything or had a chance to move, the blade flashed through the air and lopped off the Glee's claw. The Glee stumbled back in shock, clutching the arm without a claw to his chest with the other as he shook. You tell the golden goddess that her kind has shown my kind no mercy, and I will show her none. Now go, before I take your head in addition to your claw. Chapter 56. Richard watched the Glee stagger away and then gradually break into an awkward, stumbling run. As he watched the Glee leaving, he felt the magic of the sword pounding through him, matched by his own anger at how many people the followers of the golden goddess had killed in his world. He raged at what they had done to Kaelin's life, to his, and to the lives of countless others left without a loved one. He finally slid the sword back into its scabbard to extinguish its fury. He was glad, though, to learn that the sword's magic had joined with his and had worked in this world. His bond had also worked to power Vika's Aegil. It had confirmed that his own gift would function in this alien place. If he knew how to call upon it at will, that would be even better, but he had rarely been able to do that. He was relieved, however, that even though there were only the two of them, at least his magic would be there for him if he was in desperate need. He hoped that would be enough to see them through what lay ahead. He turned back and looked out over the stunned crowd of Glee watching him. That Glee, had he not been discovered, would have betrayed you all. You could all have lost your lives before you even realized that the goddess was planning to send her followers to kill you. Now that you know they don't have the same greenish iridescence as all of you have, you need to be on the lookout for others. There is no telling if the goddess might have sent more than that one among you. The Glee all looked around at those nearby.
We will do as you say, and watch for them, Sang said.
I need to know the lay of the land, and where the goddess and her followers are, Richard told them.
It is some distance that way,
Sang said as he pointed in the direction the lone Glee had run off into the thick brownish-red haze that continually drifted past.
She and her followers are off that way. It is an isolated area. There is only one way into the place where they are. There is not a lot to eat in that location, like there is here, but it is well protected. She does not care about what there is to eat because her followers prefer to eat creatures from other worlds, rather than the food our world has always provided for us. But now that you have sent her spy back without a claw, she will be angry, and she will be expecting you to come for her. Her followers will be on alert and massed to protect her. I don't see how it would be possible to attack her now that you have told her that you will be coming for her.
Richard briefly glanced into the distance where Sang had pointed. There is only one way in? Sang nodded.
Yes, she chose that place because there is but the one way in, so it is easy to defend, should any others think to take her power.
Or think to end her ideas of taking other worlds, Richard said. Sang nodded along with a few others.
She will be preparing for you, and prepared to protect the place.
Richard rested a fist on his hip again, thinking, as he looked off in the direction Sang had indicated. It was a gloomy, reddish landscape of swamps and low vegetation. In the distance, there were more of the strange tall trees with the leaves in tight clumps at the tops of their long, crooked trunks. Colonies of the large bats flew among the trees. In the far distance, he could also see some higher ground, along with some imposing cliffs. He presumed that higher ground must be what protected access to where she and her followers were gathered. He looked back at Sang. What do you mean, there is only one way in? Why? Why can't we go around to come in another way, on another side? Sang and all the other Glee seemed to shrink back a little.
It is impossible to go around and come in from another way.
You already said that. Why is it impossible?
Because,
Sang said with a kind of whine that Richard could hear in his head, along with the words.
That way is far too barren and dry. Nothing grows there, and there is no water. None of us could survive there. We would die.
What do you mean you would die? You came to my world, and you said that was dry. You didn't die there. Sang shook his head with conviction.
This is a different kind of dry place. Do you remember the sand we were standing on when we came back from darkness?
Yes, what of it?
All around the place where the Golden Goddess and her followers live is that kind of ground. Sand, as you call it. Nothing but sand and many towers of rock. In between those high rock walls there are hills of sand. Expanses of wind-driven sand make up all the ground there. When the wind comes up stronger, it creates a storm of sand and wind on the ground. Nothing can survive there.
Richard nodded. Good. Then that's the way we will go. There were gasps from the Glee, and they turned to one another, seeming to murmur their fears. Richard ignored their obvious concern, and instead squatted down and pushed some of the smaller rocks aside to clear an area of muddy ground. Here, draw a map for me. Show me where everything is located in relation to us. Sang leaned in and looked at the bare ground.
I don't know what you mean.
Richard pointed out at the areas of swampy water, then drew a quick map of the ponds in the sandy dirt. Like this. A picture on the ground of where places are. See this? He pointed again out at the nearby landscape. I have drawn a map, a picture on the ground of where the water is. He gestured. Out that way. See each of the areas of water I drew? Sang and the others looked back at the water, then leaned in to peer down at the map Richard had drawn on the ground.
I see what you mean now,
Sang said. Richard smoothed out the ground, covering the map he had just sketched. Now, you draw a map of where we are, where the goddess is, and the kind of land around her place. What is the area of dry sand? Try your best to show their relative sizes. Sang squatted down and lifted one single claw out and away from the other two, like pointing with a finger. Richard hadn't known they had that much dexterity with their claws. Sang then used the single claw to sketch out a lay of the land. All the while he was drawing, he pulled his lips back over his sharp teeth, the way some people stick out a tongue when drawing.
This,
Sang finally said, tapping the ground with the single claw,
is the area of sand and tall rock. Here are the mountains that are too high to climb. Here on this side is the way that the goddess and her followers go in and out of her place, to then go to the mountain with the device they use to travel to other worlds. All of this, around here, is the impassable area of sand. We would die if we tried to go that way to get to the place where they are gathered.
Richard studied the map, and then tapped a finger on the area that Sang said was impassable. Good. We will go in this way. They won't be expecting us. All the Glee gathered around looked at each other, again hissing their fright. Sang held up his claws to ward off the very notion of Richard's idea.
You can go that way, to kill the goddess if it is your choice, but we cannot guide you into her place if you wish to go that way around. Besides, even if we could go that way with you, we are not fighters. This is why I asked you to come to our world to kill the goddess. I have seen you fight. We here cannot fight the way you do, or the way those with the goddess have learned to fight and kill. We are peaceful.
Richard raked his fingers back through his hair as he let out a sigh of angry frustration. Look, I intend to do my best, as I said I would. I have proven my willingness to help end this threat to both of our worlds by coming here, to your world with you. But this is not my fight alone. It is your fight as well.
But we cannot.
This is about your future more than mine. Richard gestured off in the direction of the goddess and her followers. You heard what that spy said. The goddess intends to slaughter and eat all of you for disrespecting her. What if I die in the attempt to kill her? Then what? What will you do then? Just let them kill you all? Brutal leaders like the Golden Goddess cannot long tolerate those who don't believe, follow, and do as they are told. She views all of you as a disease that could spread to her followers if she does not cut you out before she loses any of her followers and then her power. She cannot allow you to live. She will send her followers for you, and they will kill every one of you, along with your females and your offspring. You don't need to believe me. You all heard what that spy said. I have fought wars before, and this one is really not all that different. Such brutal leaders always seek to eliminate any who don't believe in their cause. You all are a bigger threat to her than I am. If I am killed, she continues to rule. But if you are not eliminated, you all pose a continual threat that could make her followers turn on her. Leaders need the support of those they lead. All of you threaten to cause her to lose her support. For that reason, she must kill all of you. It is not up to me to do it for you. You all must be a part of your own futures if you want to protect not only your own lives, but the lives of your offspring. If you do not help me, your offspring will have no future. One of the glee in front gestured to be heard.
You told that spy that you are the war wizard, the bringer of death. You said that war fighting is what you were born to do. We are not war fighters. We were not born to do this. This is something you alone must do. We cannot fight.
Richard fought back his urge to yell some sense into them. I realize that, he told them, trying to maintain his patient, reasoning tone. But you all need to listen to me. You are a gentle race. You are peaceful. You love your young. You do not wish to harm others. I understand all of that because I was once very much like you. I did not want to fight. I learned hard lessons that if I stand aside, then those I love lose everything. They lose their lives. I have seen many good friends die. I learned that to save those I love, and even others who believe in peace as I do, as you do, I had to fight even though I did not wish to fight. I am telling you this from my harsh experience. If you wish to survive, you must fight for your own lives. I can help a great deal, but I can't do everything for you. This is about your lives and the lives of your kind. If you don't take your world back from the goddess, she will take everything from you. She already has plans to come and kill you all. So, in a way, you all are already dead. Your only choice now is to decide to live. Chapter 57. Sang looked around at the silent glee watching them. They seemed to be shaken by Richard's words as they looked at one another, but Richard didn't hear their voices. At least they weren't running away. He wondered if they were talking among themselves or voicing their objections to Sang alone, or maybe even arguing among themselves and they didn't want him to hear. It was even possible that they were all about to decide that they couldn't or wouldn't fight, and in the end they would all walk away, leaving it to him. He couldn't do this alone with only Vika to help him. He feared that they were so shaken by all they had heard that they would end up saying no. He knew that once the glee had made that switch to hunting and killing, they lost all reluctance, but these glee had not made that transition to being killers. He knew that he might be able to kill the goddess, But that would not by itself stop the beliefs that she and her followers held. If these Glee would not fight for their own lives, then in the end, the most realistic thing he could do would be to save the people in his own world by destroying the device that allowed them to go to different worlds to hunt people. That might be enough to save his world, but it would not save this one, and he and Vika were going to have to live out their lives in this world. Finally, Sang turned back to Richard, as if having heard what the others had all had to say.
Lord Rahl, we understand and appreciate the very meaningful sacrifice you have made to save your kind and your world, as well as to help save our world and preserve our way of life. We have helped you in coming here so that you might stop the goddess and save your world. We also understand the threat the goddess poses to our lives. But even if we agreed to do this, you must understand that we would die out there in those barren, dry, empty lands. It is too far for us to travel away from here, away from the water where we gather our food and live. We could not survive out there. We would die.
And what you need to understand is that I know about fighting wars. I'm telling you, if the goddess believes there is only one way in, then that is the only place she will guard, and the only place they will stand ready to fight. If we could instead go in behind, where they least expect us, and surprise them.
I am telling you, we could not do it,
Sang said, lifting his arms in frustration.
We would die out there.
Not necessarily, Richard said. Sang shook his head in apparent exasperation.
We cannot go that way, and hope to live to fight them.
Richard smiled. That's what the goddess believes. That is why it would give us the element of surprise on our side, and surprise is one of the best weapons you could have in a fight. Surprise will help all of you prevail even though you are not experienced at fighting. It would be even better if we could come in at night. When does it get dark here? Sang hissed his frustration that Richard just didn't seem to get the point. He gestured to the sky.
There is always at least some light in the sky. When the sun goes down, there are moons that provide light.
Moons? Richard asked. How many moons are there?
2. It does get darker when the sun goes down, but with the light of the twin moons, it never gets to be such a dark night like it sometimes does in your world.
Is that when they sleep? When the sun goes down and it's darker?
Yes. When the sun goes down and day grows still, we all sleep then. When night comes, we sleep partly in the water to stay wet and also to be safe. The wild boars like the mud, but they are afraid of water, so they won't come right up to the banks to attack us.
How much longer until then? He asked. Until they sleep. Sang looked to the sky, shielding his eyes with one claw. With such thick, continually heaving and rolling clouds, it was hard to tell where the sun was, but apparently the Glee had learned how to judge it. Sang thought a moment, trying to think of a way to explain it. Finally he did.
You know how long it took us to come here, from the device on the mountain? It will be the quiet time when the Glee sleep in probably 3 of those journeys. That long. We have never crossed the dry lands, but it would be at least 2 days and nights. We could not survive that long there.
Richard pinched his bottom lip as he considered. It was a problem that it wasn't darker at night. Still, if the goddess and her followers were asleep, that helped. He consulted the map Sang had drawn on the ground, and again looked at the sky. Then we must go now. Around the way they would not expect us, in order to arrive at their place when it is dark, he announced to the crowd watching him. Sang shook his head along with many of those in the crowd watching.
You are not listening to my words. We would die, so we can be of no help to you in fighting them if we go that way. If you wish to go that way, then you and Vika will have to go alone.
If there was a way that you could cross the dry lands without getting too dry or suffering, would you all agree to come with me, show me the way, and fight with me against them? If there was a way, would you help me for your survival and your world? Sang looked around. A number of the Glee finally nodded. Richard knew that they were probably all nodding because they felt it was impossible, so they could easily commit to something they thought they would never have to do. Sang shrugged.
If there was a way, then yes. But there is no way for us to do this, so we cannot go with you.
Now Richard knew for sure that he had just gotten them to commit to something they all thought was impossible. It was easy to agree when you never thought it was possible, and so you wouldn't have to do it. He was about to use that commitment to his advantage. He looked over at the pile of floatweed Sang had pulled up before and thrown on the rocks. He turned back to Sang. I would like you to show me the water plants you use to get the jelly that protects you when you travel to my world.
The scrum?
Sang asked. Yes, Richard said. Collect a big pile of the scrum plants for me. Chapter 58. Richard watched as a few dozen or so of the glee waded through the swampy water, bending down and pulling up water weeds here and there. As they collected it, they threw their loads on the bank beside the pile of floatweed. While they were doing that, he directed the others to collect more of the floatweed and an even bigger pile of flutterweed. They had no idea why he wanted them to do it, and he knew that they possibly thought he was crazy. But as he and Vika watched, they all went along with his odd request and collected the water plants. As they worked, the piles grew quite large. Every time they asked if they had gathered enough, he had them continue adding more to the piles. As the glee brought ever more of the waterweed up onto the bank, Richard finally squatted down and pulled some of the scrum plants from the pile. The plant was tough and fibrous, and almost transparent. The broad, flat blades were almost as wide as his fingers would be if he spread them all the way out. Each piece was longer than he was tall, and a relatively uniform width. The most remarkable thing about it, though, was how slimy the long blades were. If he pulled one through his fingers, he could collect globs of the sticky, gelatinous coating. The broad leaves themselves remained quite slimy despite some of the coating being removed. The other plant, the floatweed, had groups of nodules that apparently caused the ends of the plant to float, probably so that they could reach up to get more sun. Below the nodules, the broad blades of the plant were almost as wide as the scrum, but it was only slightly slimy, as was any plant growing in water, and the leaf texture was thick and strong. It was hard to tear. The flutterweed was similar to the floatweed, but without the nodules and even more flexible. Both sides of the broad blades were wavy, but they were pliable enough that they could easily be flattened out. Richard looked up at the puzzled glee watching him. I need the help of one of you so I can demonstrate what we are going to do. Looking around at the others and not seeing any more volunteers, one of the glee finally stepped forward.
I am Ibn, Lord Rahl. I will help you. What would you like me to do?
Richard stood, bringing up a bundle of scrum plants in one hand. I would like you to simply stand there, so I can demonstrate to everyone that it is possible to protect yourselves so that you can survive a good long time in any dry land. Ibn shared a look with Sang before finally coming up to stand in front of Richard. Richard immediately began layering the slimy scrum plants over and around Ibn's body. Next, he wrapped his arms and legs with lengths of the wet, slippery plant. He draped some over Ibn's large black head and around his chin and then around his neck. He directed the others watching to pay attention as he explained how to lay down the strands to weave the long plants together in order to give them more strength together and hold them in place. All the glee watching were fascinated. Richard thought that since they so enjoyed being wet, this must be something that felt luxurious to them. A few of the glee stepped up to help by smoothing down the scrum in a few places or filling in missing spots. As they did, Ibn made a low, guttural cooing sound. Now, Richard told his eager audience, over the top of the scrum, we are going to do the same thing with the float and flutterweed. On the flutterweed, pull off the round nodules like this. We don't want that part of the plant. We only want the long, broad parts. When he did, several of the glee scooped up the discarded nodules and tossed them in their mouths. He could hear them softly pop as the glee chewed them. As they watched, Richard began covering Ibn in the same way he had done with the scrum plants, but this time covering it over with the thicker types of water weeds. He wove the layers together so that they had strength in all directions. How does this feel, Ibn? He asked.
Actually, quite wonderfully wet.
Good. Now walk around to make sure it stays put. Another Glee called out for them to wait. Soon, it brought long, thin, flexible vines out of the water. They were about as thick as string, but stronger.
Use this, the Glee said. Put it around and around to help hold the scrum, flutterweed, and floatweed in place.
Together, Richard and the one who had brought the vine used it to quickly weave a net of sorts to help hold the water weeds down on Ibn. Richard remembered quite well how the gelatinous material always slid off the Glee when they arrived in his world. Now the flutter and floatweed, layered over scrum, kept the slime against Ibn's skin so it couldn't slide off. Richard gestured. Move around. Run and bend. Ibn hopped about, following the instructions. See how well it stays in place? Ibn demonstrated his new suit of waterweed to the others, walking among them so they could inspect it. It worked better than Richard had dared hope. Now, I want all of you to do the same thing with each other. Put the scrum on first, as I showed you, and then the other weeds over the top, both to hold it in place and to keep it from drying out. This way, even if the top layers of flutterweed dry out, it won't matter because underneath it will still be wet and comfortable. The Glee were all eager to try both being the one wrapped and the one doing the wrapping. It almost seemed a game to them, something new and unheard of. They cooed excitedly. With an eye to the sky, keeping track of the day and how much time they had before dark, Richard saw that the afternoon was wearing on. He urged them to hurry. If Sang's map was at all accurate, it was a long journey across the dry lands, and Richard wanted to arrive at the enemy camp while they were still asleep. It never ceased to surprise him just how much dexterity the Glee actually had with their big claws. They could pinch the first two on one hand together to hold things, much like fingers. Of course, without thumbs, it was still somewhat difficult, but they managed and were obviously good at it. In fact, maybe because they were used to handling the water weeds, they were faster at it than Richard had been. Along the way, they perfected the weaving technique, making the suits of waterweed fit snugly, yet still allow them freedom to move. As they worked at wrapping each other, more of the Glee collected the water plants needed. Before long, they had an entire trade in full swing. The Glee found the wrapping exciting and interesting. None voiced any complaints. He knew that when they came to his world, if they became too dry, they could always activate their lifeline and return to their own wet world. Out in the drylands, they would not have that ability. He was sure that somewhere along the line, they had to have figured out what he had in mind, and why he was doing this, but if they had, none of them balked or refused to join in. As they worked, he realized it was building a sense of camaraderie, like soldiers working on their armor to get each other ready for combat. He hoped they would maintain that sense of spirit when they headed out into the drylands, and even more so when they met the enemy. As they were wrapped, the Glee drew their lips back to show him a kind of frightening smile. He returned a similar smile, hoping it satisfied them despite his not being able to quite match the display of teeth. Sang came up to him, completely wrapped from head to toe.
I am amazed by this, Lord Rahl. I thought crossing the drylands would be impossible for us, but I really think this will work. Not only now, but in the future, after we are rid of the goddess, this will give us a way to expand our world and discover new places and more food.
Richard put a hand on Sang's slimy shoulder. I'm glad to hear it, but the day is wearing on. We must hurry. We need to get to the goddess's followers while they are still there and before they leave to come here. We still have a long way to go. Sang nodded.
As you say, we must get started then. You are right that it is a long way around through the drylands in order to get to the place the goddess holds. Unfortunately, none of us has ever traveled there, so we are not exactly sure of what that place is like or what we might encounter there. We will not be able to get there in one day. We will have to stop along the way tonight for some sleep for at least a little while, because it will be a longer day tomorrow, and then tomorrow night we will arrive there.
Richard looked around at all the Glee, wrapped in waterweed, watching him. You all look wonderful. Let's get moving. Chapter 59. Sang had been right. As the sun set and night descended on them, the two small but bright moons certainly did provide enough light to see by, especially out in the wind-swept drylands. Everything, though, was a different shade of gloomy, dark red that seemed to weigh down Richard's spirits. He wanted to rub his eyes to clear away the bleak shades of reddish color to everything. He had never really appreciated color so much as he did after being in this place. He longed to see the simple colors of his world again. Thick, heavy clouds frequently scudded past to sometimes obscure the moons, but when that happened, they were backlit by the moons, and in that way provided enough light to see where they were going. When the moons came out from behind the clouds, it was about as bright as a night with a full moon in his world. It was easily bright enough for their journey, especially in such an open, sandy landscape. Although the ominous clouds scudding past looked thick and heavy, they didn't bring rain to this desolate place, and didn't look like they ever had, making Richard wonder if they could actually be more dust than rain clouds. If they did carry rain, he guessed that for some reason they didn't release the rain they carried until they reached the swampy parts of this strange world. Richard had thought at first that the sand would be hard to walk across, but he found instead that in many places it had been packed hard by the howling winds that left ripples in their wake across the face of the dunes. In other places, especially on the lee side of the dunes, the sand was deep and loose, making progress difficult and time-consuming. They hadn't been traveling long, and Richard's legs already ached from the effort of walking through the places of deep sand. Enormous, soaring rock peaks thrust up through the sand to impossible heights in random spots all around them, like islands in the sea of sand. The massive stone monarchs watched them pass at their feet. In places, when they passed close to the stone towers, it hid the two moons, casting them into gloomy shadows. The rock of those strange peaks was so rough and rugged, composed of faceted, stacked sheer cliff faces, that Richard couldn't imagine they could be climbed. He was happy to instead make their way past in the shadows of those rocky peaks. It looked to Richard that those craggy, monumental prominences of rock stood so tall that they often pierced up into the dark, ruddy clouds continually sweeping past, and that had, over the ages, caused them to crumble under the forces of wind and weather. All the decaying rock created both the sloping skirts of crumbled rock and the sandy surface between each of those monstrous stone outcroppings. As the decomposing rock gradually and continually added pieces of debris to the low places between them, the wind tumbled it around and around, breaking it down until it all turned to sand. Once it was small and light enough, the wind lifted it and carried it across the face of the landscape, shaping it into dunes. Some of the dunes couldn't be avoided without a long detour and had to be climbed. The windward sides were sloped gradually enough to be an easy climb, but the lee sides were often quite steep and the sand soft. They had to run down the steepest sections to keep from falling face first. A few of the dunes were quite high. At the top, it gave them a good view of the bleak landscape out ahead of them. From those views, Richard thought it looked endless. That landscape greatly concerned the glee, but in their wet wrappings of water weeds, they at least weren't complaining about being dry. The weeds were tough and were proving surprisingly durable. Richard thought that they were surely mostly worried about fighting the followers of the Golden Goddess. These were not warriors, but they seemed to grasp the necessity of what they were doing and were so far willing. Some of the followers of the goddess had already visited Richard's world and fought the people there. Those that hadn't yet had that experience were probably eager for it. The glee with Richard were not at all eager to fight. None of them carried weapons, but of course they didn't need to. They had wicked weapons at the end of each arm. He had discovered just how skillfully those claws could handle the most delicate of tasks. He hoped that when the time came, they would also be able to fight with them. Their lives would depend on it. As if reading his thoughts, Vika leaned close. "Do you think they will fight? Or run?" Richard leaned over slightly to speak to her in a low voice. "To tell you the truth, I've been wondering that very thing myself. I think, though, that their usefulness may actually be in the shock value they will provide. It's a sure bet that the other glee with the goddess will never have seen anything like these glee all wrapped in water weeds come walking out of the drylands. I'm hoping that surprise will make them stop and stare. That hesitancy will give you and me the opportunity to get the goddess. You're thinking, then, that if you can take her out quickly, that may take the fight out of her followers? Richard nodded. I'm hoping so. If nothing else, it should cause a lot of confusion. Confused people, and Glee, are easier to take down. What if another one of them is eager, once they see her killed, to become the leader? Richard tucked his head down and turned to the side as he leaned a shoulder into a hot gust of wind-driven reddish sand. He had to wait for it to die down a little before he could answer. Then we will simply have to take out any of them who think they would like to become the leader. I have my doubts that the Glee with us will have the nerve to do that. It's going to be up to you and me. If a different Glee steps up to be in charge only to swiftly meet our blades, I'm hoping that will take the fight out of any of the others who would think to be a leader, and the ones who would be followers willing to fight. If they don't have a leader, then their whole defense may very well collapse like an army without officers. Vika lifted an eyebrow. Well, that's not the craziest idea you've ever had, but it's certainly one of the more optimistic ones. Richard didn't want to tell her his doubts and fears. I'm glad you are with me, Vika. She smiled. I wouldn't have it any other way. The thought of living in this strange world for the rest of his life had hopeless depression continually clawing at him to take over his emotions. He tried his best to tell himself to worry about one thing at a time. For now, they had a big enough problem to overcome with a fighting force of Glee that had never fought before and seemed more kind and cooperative than vicious. He worried about what they would do when they saw their kind dying. When this is done, I need to get back to the device and destroy it, he told her. If there are Glee that escape during our attempts to get to the goddess, they could eventually get the same notion as the goddess had to travel to other worlds. We can't allow the Glee to ever again get to our world. You will get no argument from me. Richard glanced over at her. When that time comes, before I destroy the device, I am going to first have Sang activated so we can send you back. Vika stopped in her tracks and glared at him. You're going to do no such thing. Vika, there is no reason for both of us. Yes, there is every reason. I am Mord Sith. I have sworn to protect you with my life. I don't want you to sacrifice a future you could have in our world. Vika stepped closer as she flipped her single braid forward over her shoulder and gripped it in a fist, as if deciding on using that instead of pointing her Aegil at him. You gave me a choice in the beginning of how I wish to live my life. This is how I wish to live my life. At your side, protecting you. I never wanted anything else. If I returned without you, my life would have no meaning. This, here, is the choice I made for my life. Richard would want her to return, and then devote herself to protecting Kaelin and the twins, but decided that this wasn't the time and place to task her with that duty. She would say that there were other Mord Sith to do that. He didn't want to argue with her. She still existed partly in that place of madness. The Glee behind them had slowed to a stop, waiting. But you would have a life, Vika, he said simply. It is my choice, not yours. And besides, maybe I like this world much better than a world full of people. I often find people intolerable. You once told me to choose what I wanted to do with my life. I am here by that choice. Do you now intend to revoke your word and deny me the right to choose for myself what I will do with my life? Richard slowly let out a deep breath as he scanned the horizon. No, Vika. I will not deny you the right to choose what you want to do. If it is really your wish to stay here with me, then I will be happy not to be so alone. Good. Sang came a little closer and pointed to an outcropping of rock. That place there will protect us from the wind so we can get a little sleep. There is still a long way to go. It was deep in the night. Richard knew they were all tired. He nodded. Sang started back to the others, motioning for them to gather in the protection of the rock for a bit of sleep. Vika gestured to a spot in the shelter of an overhang of rock where the Glee were headed. Now that that subject is closed, let's get some sleep. We have a war waiting on us tomorrow. Chapter 60. The next day, after hours of walking, rocky areas began to break through the sandy ground. Here and there, off to the sides, enormous rock towers also appeared to erupt up through the sand and thrust toward the sky. Their size made Richard feel very small. The debris that had gradually fallen as the rock decayed had accumulated over eons around their bases, creating massive slopes of scree that gradually became almost vertical near their tops. The way it rose up ever more steeply, it gave the rock monoliths a flared appearance at the bottoms, but it was really their rock faces gradually shedding material. Between two of the towers off to their right, one of the moons between the massive rock mountains lit the billowing clouds that seemed to boil up from the distant landscape, the reddish color making them look almost like smoke from distant, raging fires. With those silent monoliths, that sand, the rolling clouds, and the moons, it was a frighteningly beautiful, if ominous sight. The isolated islands of massive rock towers reminded Richard of the plateau that held the People's Palace rising up from the Azrith Plain, except these in this world rose up considerably higher. It had been a long journey from that palace, a journey unlike any other that had taken him to a different world. It was turning out to be a journey that could never see him reach home again. It was depressing to think that this world of sand, desolate rock, and in places stagnant swamps would be where he had to live out the rest of his life. Richard had to put those thoughts from his mind. Being distracted by turbulent emotions was a good way to die in battle. He had to stay alive at least long enough to be sure his home world would be safe from the Glee ever coming there again. He had to make sure that Kaelin and their children would be safe. As they went farther into the drylands, he understood the fear the Glee had of this desolate place. While the areas where they lived were swampy, there was abundant life there, providing food and safety. For good reason they were most at home there. This was an empty place, where it would be all too easy to die a very lonely death. If they died out here, it was unlikely that anyone would ever come along to bury their bones. Eventually, those bones would be ground to dust by the wind-driven sand. The one good aspect of what they were doing was that he could see why the Golden Goddess and her followers would never expect that anyone would come around this way into the place where they lived. They wouldn't be expecting Richard, Vika, and the Glee with them. "How are you doing?" Richard asked Sang. Sang held out his arms, wrapped in water weeds with just the claws sticking out the ends. Water weeds were also draped over and around his head so that his eyes could barely see out of his suit.
I thought that you were foolish to think we could cross this land. But this way you thought to wrap us with the water weed is working. It is amazing for us to explore this strange, dry land we have never seen before. My skin is warm and wet. I no longer fear that I am about to die.
Richard thought that maybe Sang should reserve judgment until they met the enemy. Areas of rocky ground breaking through the sand became ever more frequent, with large stretches of the rock joining with others until before long they were walking over jagged, uneven rock rather than sand. The rock was pitted and sharp. The terrain was even more harsh, and that worried the Glee with him. As they continued onward, the rock seemed to tilt upward so that they had to continually climb the ever-rising, massive shelf of rock. Having never been through the drylands, the Glee didn't really know much about the terrain, and could offer no advice other than general guidance about the direction they needed to go to reach the area held by the goddess and her followers. Richard worried about what other surprises they might encounter in the vast, trackless drylands. As they went farther, many of the enormous peaks began to line up, with numbers of them joining in chains of towering rock, making it appear that they were one long mass of rock wall rather than individual peaks. In some places, the rock did completely cease to be individual towers, becoming long, sheer rock walls hemming them in. By their size and orientation across the landscape, those rocky outcroppings seemed to bend the wind, deflecting it off to their right rather than channeling it through the drylands the way they had up until then. Those winds, while still hot, became heavy with moisture and felt stuffy. Richard could see the thick overcast being funneled past the walls of rock to head off away from them. The uneven ground, littered with sharp, pitted, crumbled rock, was difficult to walk on. They all had to be careful lest they twist an ankle. He was worried that the Glee might fall and tear their suits of weeds as well as their soft flesh. As they came to the crest of the rising ground, they all slowed to a halt.
There,
Sang called out, pointing off into the distance.
that place down there is where the Golden Goddess and her followers live. They like this place because it is near the mountain with the device. It is wet, and there is a lot of room for their great numbers to assemble.
Richard nodded as he studied the landscape out ahead. It looked to be a low, swampy area with abundant vegetation. It was indeed a vast area that would hold great numbers of glee. In the far distance, he saw more of the tall, crooked tree trunks with the single, high clumps of foliage. "When we get down there," Richard told the glee in a low voice as he scanned the area in the distance, "I want you all to stay behind me." "Why?" several glee asked him in his mind at the same time. "Because if things get rough, anything in front of me is going to die." That seemed to bring the seriousness of what they were doing into sharp relief for them. Richard urged them back a ways, out of sight of any of the glee down below that might happen to look up. If they did look up, they would easily be able to see them silhouetted against the sky. Once back a ways, they all watched as he quickly strung his bow. "What are you doing now?" Ibn asked. Instead of answering, Richard gave him a meaningful look and then nocked an arrow. Without a word, he drew back the string, let out a deep breath, settled his aim. He drew the target to him as he had long ago learned to do, and then let the arrow fly. Even as the arrow left his bow, in his mind it had already hit its target. Several seconds later, reality caught up with what he was seeing in his mind. The arrow went right through the head of a glee sitting on a rock outcropping down closer to the swampy area. He had been looking away from Richard and his group, keeping watch from higher ground toward the only way they believed others could enter their home ground. Watching the glee crumple in the distance seemed to sober those with him even more. None spoke, but they glanced around at their fellow glee, having never seen anything like it. "That one was standing watch," Richard whispered to them. "Had he turned, he would have seen us. We don't want any of them to sound an alarm. We need to catch them by surprise." "We will let you know if we spot any others standing guard," Ibn said. A few others nodded their agreement. Chapter 61. "Where do they sleep?" Richard asked back over his shoulder after he had moved forward in a crouch and taken a peek. "We like to sleep in beds of waterweeds, where it grows thick on the banks of the water," Sang told him, "often with our legs in the water." "So then most of them will be sleeping right beside the areas of water?" Richard asked. "Yes," Sang said. "That is where glee like to spend the night. It is comforting." Richard found the concept disturbing, but didn't say so. "But these glee don't eat the water weeds or the mussel snails like you eat," Richard told them. "These glee eat those like me. So do you think they would still sleep on water weeds the same as they used to do?" Sang thought about it a moment. "Now that you mention it, I am not sure. But I believe they would still want to sleep the same way as glee have always slept. They still want to keep their skin wet and stay where the boars won't come." Richard nodded, thinking. He turned back and peered into the distance, trying to spot any of them sleeping at the edge of the water. Richard finally looked back at the others as they waited. "The glee who have been eating people from my world don't eat the floatweed anymore, so they lose the green sheen to their skin that all of you have." "Like that spy you found," Ibn noted. "That's right. All of you have that green coloring. The ones down there won't have it." Ibn nodded. "Now that you showed us that with the one you caught watching us for the goddess, we can easily know any who are followers of the goddess." "That's exactly right," Richard said. "So remember that if things get confusing in a battle. I don't want any of you to accidentally slash those with us if some of you lose the water weeds wrapped around you." After another quick look, he turned back to the glee with him. "Is there a way to tell the goddess apart from the rest of the glee down there?" Almost all the glee were nodding, even as he was finishing the question. Ibn stretched up, looking over the rise to be sure of the lay of the land, and then gestured off toward the swampy areas. "I don't see her," he said. "But how would you recognize her?" "The one who calls herself the Golden Goddess hatched in a nest of eggs that had unknowingly been built almost on top of a rare plant," one of the other glee with them said. "It was the first thing she ate when she emerged from her shell.
She then broke open the other eggs and ate her sibling offspring so that she could grow fast and strong.
None of you eat the other eggs in the nest with you, do you? Richard asked. They all looked horrified at the very notion. Just about all of them were shaking their heads, not wanting to be associated with eating their siblings.
That is not something our kind does when they hatch, Sang told him. The parents would prevent it. I don't know why her parents did not, but maybe she did it while they were asleep.
What does all of that have to do with recognizing the goddess? Richard asked. Ibn spoke up first.
That rare plant growing by her nest, the one she ate when she first hatched, is somewhat poisonous. As a result, it scarred her skin and gave it a golden color unlike any of the other Glee. Also, she is big for a Glee, at least a head taller than any of us. Her whole life, she has always used her size to torment and intimidate others.
Richard realized then that all the Glee were very similar in stature. They were all lean, and their skin all looked the same. From the description, it certainly seemed like he would have no difficulty at all recognizing the goddess. Although he couldn't imagine how she would look golden in this world. Everything was tinted some shade of red. Only Vika's red leather outfit looked normal to him, but the rest of her was tinted red. Her blonde hair was a rather lovely rose color. He guessed that maybe the golden color was simply relative to everything else. But finally, with an easy way to recognize the goddess, Richard felt like they at least had one advantage on their side. Do you think she will be down there with the others? Vika asked.
Oh, yes, Sang said, nodding confidently. She likes the others to see her among them, so they can admire her. Her golden skin color is the envy of all for its exotic appearance. She likes others groveling and seeking her approval, so she is always among them. Besides, she never likes the others to be out of her sight, Ibn said. She doesn't easily trust that they will stay loyal.
Not wanting to waste what darkness there was, preferring to have that on their side along with the element of surprise, Richard finally gestured for them to move out. With Vika beside him, he started out in a crouch, heading down the long slope into the place of the goddess and her followers. He worried about their numbers. When they had attacked back in Richard's world, there were sometimes large numbers of them, so they were likely to encounter even more of the enemy Glee here. All the Glee wrapped in waterweed followed Richard down the rocky slope. None of them seemed to grasp the concept of sneaking up on an enemy. He urgently signaled for them to crouch down the way he and Vika were doing. They did their best, considering the wrap of waterweeds, but found it awkward. The Glee they were after were quite familiar with being vicious. Most of the Glee with Richard and Vika apparently had not yet met any of their fellow Glee with such a capacity for brutality. The spy had said that they were coming to kill Sang and all those who weren't followers of the goddess. This was going to be a savage encounter. To say that he greatly feared for those with him was an understatement, but this was their world, and this was about their lives and future. Richard couldn't simply fight this war alone and then hand them their freedom from the Golden Goddess, or others who would eventually spring up from her legions of followers to take her place. Sang and his group had to take part in stopping the threat to their world and way of life. He hoped that when it came right down to a battle, they would show the same capacity for ferocity as those they were about to face. Chapter 62. Richard moved in a low crouch, from one thick growth of vegetation to another, relieved that, since they were coming in from an unexpected direction, they had managed to get down close without being spotted. He knew that the closer they could get before they struck, the greater the surprise, the more confusion it would create, and the more effective the attack would be. Vika was close behind him as he silently slipped through the moon shadows, going from cover to cover. He had told the Glee to stay back a little because he wanted room to draw his sword and fight. If he had the chance, he would rather use his bow to take the goddess down from a distance than engage in close combat with her. He already had an arrow nocked and ready. He had learned to fight Glee, but he had no idea what her capabilities might be. She was taller than the others, so she very well might be stronger as well. But Richard was also tall, a little taller than the rest of the Glee. The biggest problem would be their numbers. It would be hard to take out one individual, the goddess, if masses of her followers were charging in all around him. It would be much better if he could simply drop her with an arrow and then they could deal with her followers. It tended to take the fight out of followers when they saw their leader be the first to fall. If he could, he wanted to dispirit them by killing the goddess first, before he had to fight the rest of them, or before the Glee with him had to engage in battle. He wanted the important part over first. He knew, though, that in battle things rarely went as planned. In such unfamiliar territory, that made the situation even more difficult. So far, they hadn't seen any sleeping Glee, but they were still some distance from the areas of water. The ground back where they were was muddy, but Sang and Ibn had said that the Glee favored sleeping in the wet water weeds on the banks, and often partly in the water. All of a sudden, there was a loud squeal, and it wasn't from a Glee. Richard turned just in time to see something low crash through the thick brush close to him. He heard grunts and high-pitched squeals. When he spun to the sound, he saw several Glee upended, their legs knocked from under them as they were flipped through the air. He just caught sight of a bunch of piglets scattering through the underbrush in every direction. Almost immediately, he saw the sow charging through the brush to protect her young. The sow was bigger than any wild boars he had ever seen. The tusks were enormous, and no doubt lethal. The sow charged at the Glee with Richard. Fortunately, they were all able to dive out of the way just in time. The piglet's piercing squeals seemed to be all the louder in the stillness of the night. The sow let out angry snorts as she wheeled and charged the Glee before racing through the dense brush toward the squeals from her young. The boar was not the problem, though. The squeals and screeches of all the piglets were the problem, because the sound pierced the quiet night air. Richard heard the warning cries of the Glee rising from their sleep, furious at discovering other Glee sneaking up on them in a surprise attack. He saw frightening numbers of the dark shapes rising up everywhere out of the swampy areas, and then the shadowy shapes of all the Glee were suddenly racing toward them. Searching frantically, he finally caught fleeting glimpses of the golden goddess as she raced through the dark masses of Glee. Ibn had been right. There was no mistaking her. Her long legs carried her faster than any Glee Richard had seen before. Richard tracked her as he let the first arrow fly. Although the aim was true, it hit another Glee that got in the way of the shot at the last second. She charged ahead without pause, pushing some of them out of her way as she wove through the throng of her followers, clearly infuriated. The same thing happened with the second and then the third arrow, as others passed in front of the arrow before it could get to her. Richard realized that his plan to take her down at a distance with an arrow was not going to work. There were simply too many Glee in the way to have any hope of getting a clear shot, and she was closing the distance fast. As he momentarily lost sight of her, Richard threw his bow to the ground and drew his sword in a rush. The unique sound of the blade that had been touched by the world of the dead rang out across the swamp. That clear, pure sound could easily be heard above the mass of angry howls as it announced the arrival of a lethal rage of its own. Some of the advancing Glee in the front stopped in their tracks at the sound, as those behind kept coming, packing them together even tighter. Maybe some of them had heard that sound before, or heard descriptions of it from returning Glee, or maybe the danger it represented was simply obvious. Off to Richard's right, Ibn raced out ahead, calling out, bent on urging the golden goddess to stop and listen, hoping to stop the battle before it could begin. The goddess suddenly burst through the throng of dark Glee, and with one powerful swipe, tore out Ibn's throat. Shrieking her anger, she turned and raced toward Richard, even as he was charging toward her. As they came together, she swung at him with a claw. He dodged to the side, and it just missed his face. Without pause, he brought his blade around and severed the claw before she could withdraw it. The sword flashed in the moonlight, and just as quick, the other claw was off. She stopped dead in her tracks, as her big black eyes blinked in stunned surprise. While her followers had gone to Richard's world to fight, she never had. Because of that, she was all angry bluster and intimidation without the fighting skills or experience to back her threats. She had never come face to face with anyone like Richard, who was not intimidated by her. Before she could react, Richard was already using all his strength to power the blade around in an arc. It severed her head in one clean strike. The goddess's head, as it flew up and back, made one slow turn through the air as strings of blood were pulled around after it. Glee stood frozen as they watched what they could never have imagined. The clawless, headless golden goddess dropped straight down as if she didn't have a bone in her body. The crowd pushed back to be out of the way as her head completed several revolutions in midair before it thudded down heavily on the rocks in their midst and took a few odd bounces before rolling to a stop. Her stunned followers backed out of its way as if it might bite them or yell at them. All the howling rage and fury came to an abrupt halt. A number of the Glee with Richard cried out then and fell to their knees around Ibn's body. Their distress at his tragic death was sad to see. Richard immediately turned to the threat from the goddess's followers, expecting a furious onslaught of claws and teeth. Instead of charging in to fight them, he stopped as he saw them slow to a stop. They all briefly gazed down at the body of the goddess before moving on to come forward and stare at the dead Ibn. Glee wrapped in water weeds protectively surrounded their dead friend, many on their knees beside him weeping. They all crowded around, reaching out to touch their friend, clearly devastated that he had been so violently slain by one of their own kind. After Sang, grieving, had gently touched Ibn's body, he stood in a rush to face the enemy. Tears of rage ran from his large black eyes, his third eyelids trying to blink them away, but more continued to flow. He gestured angrily with a claw down at Ibn's body.
Look at what you have done. This is what you all wanted. Look at what you all have done to one of your own kind. Look. Glee should never harm Glee. Never. Your golden goddess did this. You all did this. You are all responsible.
If Glee could look shame-faced, those Glee watching him standing over the body of his friend certainly did. Many hung their heads. Others looked away in disgrace.
This is what you wish for our world?
Sang cried out as he swept an arm out in anger.
This is what you wanted. This is your way now, to kill other Glee.
Other grieving Glee behind Sang stood after touching the body to gesture down with a claw, demanding that the enemy look at what they had all been a part of.
Is this how you want to live now?
One of the others asked as he got up from kneeling by Ibn.
This is what fills your hearts. This is what you wanted. Your own kind to be murdered. This is what you all would do to other Glee. To us. None of you are as good as this one was. He rushed forward because he wanted to tell you all to please stop your ways and return to the way we have always lived. But you instead killed him. What kind of beasts have you become?
The guilty Glee stood around, watching but not interfering, some holding their claws behind their backs, while others hung their heads, all of them clearly not knowing what to do. The fight had been taken out of them. Finally, in the unbearable pre-dawn silence, one of the enemies slowly approached and pointed with a claw.
You are covered with water weeds. Is that so that you are able to cross the drylands to come in and surprise the goddess?
Many of the Glee who had come with Richard nodded. Then, the masses of Glee that had been hanging their heads began to step forward and do the strangest thing. Chapter 63. At first, a few of the enemy Glee slowly, timidly began approaching the Glee still kneeling around their fallen friend. When the first reached Ibn's body, the Glee who had been kneeling stood and moved back so that the others could see what their beliefs had wrought. Many of Sang's Glee bared their teeth as they hissed. Richard thought that their meaning was clear enough. The first Glee to slowly shuffle up to Ibn went to a knee beside the body. Richard and Vika shared a look, wondering what it could mean and what was going to come next. But with that look, they wordlessly decided to let it play out and see what happened. Richard still had his bloody sword in his hand, so if things suddenly turned violent, he intended to show them what violence really was. The twin storms of rage were still roaring through him. His blade had come out in anger and tasted blood. It wanted more. This time, if a battle broke out, they were already in their home world and would not be able to vanish to escape certain death. The glee that approached first and went to a knee gently pulled off a strip of the floatweed from Ibn's body. As Richard and Vika watched along with all the silent glee, he ate the piece of waterweed. To Richard, it looked almost like some kind of sacred ceremony or statement that this one glee at least wished to give up the path he had been on and return to their traditional ways. As that glee stood and moved aside, another came forward and took his place. He, too, pulled off a short piece of waterweed and ate it while the glee with Richard stood back beyond Ibn's body, out of the way, and watched. Soon, all of the glee were lining up to come and kneel before the dead body of one of their kind. Each in turn took a piece of floatweed and ate it in a kind of reverent expression of their sorrow. Richard took it as a wish to return to their ways. Before long, the flutter and floatweed and the scrum under it had all been eaten, except for the layers around Ibn's neck that were covered with blood. There were still a vast number of followers of the goddess who hadn't had a chance to eat some of the water weeds that had protected Ibn, so instead, they began mingling in among the glee who had been with Richard, looking like they wanted to take pieces of the water weeds off of them as a suitable substitute. The glee covered in water weeds all held their arms out so that their former enemies could all partake of the water weed in a symbolic gesture. If any of them were speaking, they were not doing so in a way that allowed Richard and Vika to hear anything they were saying. He supposed they didn't want outsiders to hear their apologies and pleas for forgiveness. It took quite a while for all the glee to come up and take a piece of the waterweed. As they gathered around, waiting their turn, some of the glee wrapped in the weeds began pulling off strips and handing them to the ones waiting their turn in order to speed up the process. Richard didn't see a single glee leave or express defiance. They all looked genuinely remorseful at the death of one of their own kind. He finally sheathed his sword. He was thankful that it had done enough. He also didn't see a single glee pay any attention to the body of the golden goddess lying in a heap by itself. None of the glee mourned her death. There were so many of the glee, it took over an hour before all of them were able to collect and consume a symbolic piece of the water plants that had long been part of their staple diet and way of life. "I have never seen anything like this," Vika whispered as she watched the silent ritual. "I'm sorry that Ibn had to die, but I am thankful to be able to see others make the kind of decision I once made." Richard put an appreciative hand on Vika's shoulder. Having been prepared for a bloody fight to the death, and now seeing that fate turning aside, he feared to test his voice. The piglets had all run off and the sow had gone after them, so the scene was hushed as each of the glee ate some of the water plants after they paid their respects to the dead Ibn and finally greeted their long-separated brethren. Richard, too, was sad at the death of Ibn. He had been open, friendly, and eager to help, and along with Sang, had completely turned Richard's view of the glee upside down. They were not all what he expected. They were far more than that. Ibn had wanted to talk his fellow glee out of violence against their own kind. He had wanted to try to get them to stop and think about what they had been about to do. He thought he could persuade them. In the end, he had. Chapter 64. Late in the afternoon, the glee took turns using their claws to dig a grave. When it was finally deep enough, they gently placed Ibn's body in it and covered him over. After they had put Ibn to rest, they then slashed the body of the golden goddess until it was covered with ribbons of deep cuts. Richard and Vika couldn't imagine what they were doing. Once satisfied, they threw the body and the head into one of the swampy lakes. The body floated for a short time among standing reeds before small creatures Richard couldn't see began tearing at the flesh. After a few hours, most of it had been eaten, leaving only bones. It was apparently a disrespectful burial, to show their displeasure with what she had brought to their kind. The strange celebration and socializing went on into the evening. As it grew dark, the glee began finding places to sleep. Some curled up in thick beds they made from fronds. Others laid their heads down on the banks of ponds and let their legs float out into the water. Whatever had eaten the body of the goddess apparently didn't bother with living glee. They slept peacefully with half their bodies in the water. Richard and Vika found a place nearby beside a beautiful bush that was more like a small tree. They gathered fronds to make sleeping mats. Neither one of them liked the idea of both of them sleeping at the same time, so they took turns taking naps while the other stood watch. Richard wondered how long they were going to have to do that in their strange new world. By late morning of the next day, the odd reunion was still going strong, with the Glee mingling together and talking with one another. Richard and Vika weren't aware of much of what was being said, because while they occasionally heard some of the talk, most of the Glee chose not to have their voices, or possibly their confessions, heard by these strangers from another world. Richard wasn't overly concerned, though, because everything appeared to be friendly enough. But he did wish he possessed that talent to deny others the ability to hear his words. It could come in handy at times. As he casually watched, he remained vigilant and ready to draw his sword at the slightest sign of trouble. He didn't think it looked like there would be any trouble, but he felt it best to be ready just in case. He saw Vika idly spinning her ajeal on the end of the gold chain around her wrist as she too watched. He and Vika stood out of the way, not wanting to intrude. From time to time, many of the Glee slipped into the water, where they seemed most at home. Groups congregated in the water as they floated together. Others would periodically bring bundles of water weeds to the banks, where yet others could take some to munch on. Others, apparently tired from the reunion and celebration, rested their chins on a pillow of their folded arms while the bottom half of their bodies floated in the water. Yet others sat cross-legged on the banks to talk. Richard supposed they had a lot to talk about. Richard had been to a number of fancy banquets and gatherings of officials. This seemed very much the same, other than the trappings of power and social standing, and of course the claws and needle-sharp teeth. Other than those trappings, he recognized the body language and the interplay of different personalities. The whole thing was, in a word, weird. Richard was getting hungry himself. He wondered what he and Vika were going to be able to eat in this strange world. He certainly didn't have any cravings for the smelly water weeds. He supposed he might be able to catch some fish, or he could hunt wild boar. There might even be fruits and berries they could eat. Fortunately, they still had some travel rations in his pack, but not a lot. As they watched the Glee, he and Vika idly chewed on strips of dried meat. It occurred to him that as time went on, maybe the Glee could provide the meat of some mussel snails for him and Vika to roast over a fire or smoke. He glanced around and realized that he didn't see much they could use for firewood. All the Glee Richard had brought through the drylands were easy enough to spot because their skin had the green iridescence. They seemed somewhat somber that Ibn had died, but also recognized that his death had resulted in the end of the reign of the Golden Goddess. Ibn had been the catalyst that had brought all the Glee together again. Richard didn't know if or how long that would last. He hoped it did, but he worried that it wouldn't. He was also all too aware that at some point after those former raiders of other worlds ate enough water plants, it would give their skin the same green iridescence. He worried that once that happened, he wouldn't be able to tell the formerly hostile Glee from the peaceful ones. If they ever turned hostile again and decided they wanted to eat Richard and Vika, he would have no way of telling them apart. That would put surprise on their side. Richard supposed that, while he didn't want to die, he didn't really have much to live for anymore, except the one thing that he was growing impatient to finish. As he and Vika watched, some of the former followers of the goddess came up to them and made a point of telling them that besides ending the tyranny of the Golden Goddess and her oppressive rule over their lives, what Richard had done had lifted them from a terrible future in which they abandoned their traditional ways and instead went to other worlds to hunt for food where many of their kind had been killed. Some told him of beloved offspring that had been eager for the adventure of going off to other worlds and had only ended up dying there. Richard wondered if he had killed some of those Glee or offspring. They had been vicious killers and had died as such. He hoped their minds didn't turn to revenge. Those engaging him in conversation explained that they had done what they had done because the Golden Goddess made them do it. Richard didn't necessarily believe a word of it, but he let them have their excuses in order for things to remain friendly. If that was what they wanted to claim in order to soothe their consciences, he didn't really care as long as it meant an end to the fighting. At this point, stuck in their world with Vika, never to be able to return home to Kalen, he didn't really care how they justified to themselves what they had done. He only cared that it stop. Now that it had, He was relieved that he didn't have to face yet another protracted war in which he and Vika would be vastly outnumbered. But this new peace still had to prove to him that it could last. It was possible, or even likely, that there were Glee among them who harbored very different sentiments, and they simply hadn't come forward to express them. He realized that he might never again be able to sleep with both eyes closed. He had always been skeptical that when the time came, those Glee who came across the drylands with him would actually fight. Now, he didn't need to fear that bloody conflict, or all of them being slaughtered, if, that was, a new leader didn't rise from the ranks of the former followers of the goddess. Richard's patience finally came to an end. He pulled Sang aside to talk to him privately. Before any of these former followers of the goddess start to think that maybe they might like to have the power she had and be in charge of a vast army that could raid other worlds, we need to destroy the device so that can never happen again. Sang nodded, looking apologetic that he had forgotten all about it, and handed the long piece of the floatweed he was munching on to one of the others passing by.
Everything is back to the way it was, thanks to you and Vika. I don't think we could ever adequately express our gratitude. With peace restored, we have nothing to fear now. We can take care of the device any time. There is no longer any worry or any rush.
There is to me, Richard said in a firm voice. I want it taken care of now. I don't want to have to worry that I might have my throat torn out in my sleep by followers of the goddess who decided to resume their ways and will then go to my world and kill the people there.
I don't think you need to worry about...
Richard held up a warning finger. I came here to do what was necessary to protect my world. I sacrificed my life with my kind, my wife, and my offspring to do this, both for my people and for your kind. I have nothing left for me now, other than a lonely future here in this world where Vika and I don't really belong. I made that sacrifice to be able to destroy that device that made all of the terror and bloodshed possible. That job is not yet done. I want it finished. Sang could see the determination in Richard's face and hear it in his voice. He nodded.
Of course, Lord Rahl, I understand. Of course, you are right. We will go there now. I will show you the way.
Richard would simply have left the days-long celebration and gone there on his own, and he actually would have preferred to do that. But with the clouds obscuring much of the landscape, he wasn't sure exactly how to find the place up in the mountains. They had come into the territory of the Golden Goddess via a long roundabout way through the confusing maze of rocky spires in the drylands in order to surprise the goddess and her followers. With the clouds, the wind-driven sand, the maze of rock towers, and not being able to see exactly where the sun was in the sky, he wasn't confident that he had been able to keep track of direction or distances. He had a general idea where he could find the mountain where the device was located, but with visibility so poor and the low clouds always obscuring mountain peaks, he feared that if he looked for the site on his own, it could end up taking him days to find the small trail. He knew that Sang could show him the way, and then he could destroy the device much sooner. He worried about the possibility that in the meantime, if it wasn't quickly destroyed, it might be used again without him being aware that some of the Glee had snuck away to travel to his world. He didn't want to risk it existing any longer. Better to destroy the device once and for all. That was the only way to make sure Caitlin and everyone else would be safe. Sang spoke with some of his followers, apparently letting them know that they were leaving to go to the mountain where the device was located. But as they started out, Richard saw that a large number of the Glee were following behind, both Sang's followers and many of the followers of the goddess. He didn't know why, but as long as Sang got him there so he could use his sword to destroy that strange square block of stone, that was all that mattered. His sword had cut through steel before. Not all that long ago, his blade had cut through massive stone pillars and blocks to get at Moravaska Myshek down in the complication. Neither steel nor stone ever proved to be any obstacle to the sword of truth, so he had no doubt that it would cut through the stone device. Although, in the back of his mind, he realized that it was possibly neither steel nor stone. It was, after all, a device that allowed travel to other worlds, so it was possible that it only looked like stone and would in reality prove much more difficult to destroy than he had at first thought. When he looked back over his shoulder at the line of glee following him, it reminded him of a funeral procession. In a way, that's exactly what it was. Chapter 65. A warm rain accompanied them along the climb up the mountain. It made the air wet and heavy and difficult to breathe. At times it came down in sheets, harder than any rain he had ever known before, almost like standing under a waterfall. It was so heavy that they could barely even see. When the rain increased to an intensity that Richard and Vika found unendurable, they had to crouch behind some of the forest of rock towers that had overhangs enough to shelter them somewhat. Sang warned him to stay out of any low places because this kind of rain often created flash floods that could sweep him away before he realized what was happening. It could easily be disastrous to be rolled down the mountain in such floodwaters. From time to time, they came to those kinds of sudden, rushing, muddy rivers and had to find a way around them. The glee didn't at all mind the rain. At times, standing in it with their arms held out and their faces turned up to the sky. But Richard and Vika found it miserable. Traveling into the heaviest of the curtains of rain was arduous. It was also hard not only to see where they were heading, but also where they were stepping. He worried that either Vika or he might fall and break a leg. Richard had grown up outdoors, and so he was familiar with walking in challenging terrain, but Vika hadn't, so it was harder for her to walk among the jumbles of rock during the downpours. There were no healers that he knew of among the glee, and he didn't think that they had any. They seemed to be too simple a species to have healers. If he or Vika was injured, there could be no help. They had only each other, and while he knew about healing, both with magic and with herbs, he could certainly heal Vika, but she couldn't heal him. He also didn't know if this world had any healing herbs they could use. The landscape they had to travel through was completely devoid of any kind of life. There was just rock and, in the rain, mud, much of it rushing down at them. There were no plants, not even a blade of grass. Just continual rain. Since starting up into the mountains, he hadn't seen a single bird, or even one of the bats that he had seen in large groups down in the swampland. He remembered that Sang had said that where the device was located was a dry place, but getting there beneath the leaden overcast certainly wasn't dry. He was looking forward to getting up into the mountains above the clouds that were dumping so much rain on them. A lot of the rock was sharp and crumbly, making walking difficult. This world was a strange mixture of lush swamplands, sandy drylands, and desolate, lifeless mountains. The skies seemed to be an odd mix, too, of dark clouds that carried no water and heavy, wet overcast. From what he had seen so far, it seemed that nothing lived anywhere other than the swampy lands down lower, where all this water running down the mountainsides eventually collected in the swamps. Richard came across holes in the upslopes of grainy rock. They appeared almost big enough that he might be able to crawl inside. He wondered if they might be able to be enlarged, and in the future provide some kind of cave-like shelter for him and Vika. He stuck his head inside one of the holes, trying to see how deep it was. All he could see was blackness. Suddenly, Sang put both claws around his arm and urged him back out. Richard pulled his head out of the hole and turned to look back at Sang. Sang shook his head in warning. It seemed clear to Richard that Sang didn't want to talk about whatever lived in those caves. Richard could tell from the looks of the others that whatever was in the holes scared the other glee speechless. Right then, the device was Richard's priority, so he didn't want to waste the time to be concerned about the holes and what might be in them. He would have to ask later. After he nodded his thanks for the warning to Sang, he turned back to the trail and kept going. But now he was concerned about what lived in those holes that he and Vika might one day have to deal with. Unlike the glee, the two of them weren't equipped with claws for protection. Lightning flashed nearby, and the ground shook with a sudden thunderclap. While the rain didn't bother the glee, the lightning clearly made them nervous. It made Richard nervous as well. The glee looked around, as if they thought they would have time to run if they saw lightning. Some of them sought shelter behind rocks whenever there was a particularly bright flash and crack of thunder. Richard knew that hiding like that was pointless, because by the time you saw a close bolt strike, it was already too late to run from it. Richard disregarded what some of them did and kept climbing.
Being up high like this is dangerous when there is lightning,
Sang said, almost apologetically. Richard looked back over his shoulder as he pulled himself up over a projecting shelf of rock. I understand. I know the way from here, so you don't need to go the rest of the way up to the device. You can all go back now, and when I'm finished destroying it, I will come back and join you. As he and Vika waited, Sang consulted with a number of others. Richard couldn't hear that debate in his mind, so he didn't know what was being said, but he was hoping they would turn back. He didn't particularly want an audience. Flashes of lightning lit clouds from the inside in a frightening display of the power of the storm that was rolling in on them. The heads of some of the Glee sank into their shoulders as they cast worried looks to the sky. Finally, Sang returned.
We will go with you. I want to see the device destroyed, and so do many of the others. It has ruined many Glee lives. We want it ended once and for all. The ones who used to follow the goddess wish to go as well.
Richard worried about those Glee, but didn't want to get into any kind of disagreement that could prevent him from destroying the device. So he simply nodded and then turned back to the trail up through the rocks. They had to scramble up steep areas of scree, almost running in order to make progress against the ground sliding away underfoot. The rock was loose and difficult enough to climb in the dry, but when it was wet, it was even harder to get up because the water coming down helped it to slide out from underfoot. After an exhausting climb up through the loose, wet rock, they finally made it up into rock that was still slippery in the wet, but at least solid and much easier to climb. Richard's legs ached, but he didn't want to stop to rest. He could rest once the task was completed. As they climbed higher into the low clouds, the fog became so thick that it was difficult to see very far. Richard could see Vika's dark shadow behind him, along with a couple of the Glee, with what looked like ghosts following them, but the rest were lost in the poor visibility. Thunder rumbled almost continually through the desolate landscape. Lightning flickered somewhere off in the distance, illuminating the cloud they were in. Because they couldn't see where it was coming from, the light and sound instead seemed to be everywhere. It was unsettling. Richard didn't like the idea of being on a mountain in a storm with such violent lightning, but his need to destroy the device made him ignore the danger and drove him onward. After he destroyed it, they would be forever trapped in this awful, wet world. After hours of climbing, they finally began to emerge above the cloud cover and into the strange, dry forest of small rock towers. The sun was still obscured by an even higher layer of clouds, but at least it wasn't raining, and it was brighter. The lightning moved some distance away along the huge, dark, billowing clouds, but Richard could still see the near-constant flickers of lightning inside those clouds down below them, lighting them with an eerie, reddish, fire-like glow. He didn't know that he would ever be able to get used to this strange world, but he knew that he didn't really have a choice. It made him wonder if life would be worth living here after he destroyed the device. As Richard and Vika wove their way through the maze of rock spires that had been carved, shaped, and softened by the weather, they finally reached the cathedral of those stone shapes surrounding and overlooking the device. It sat across the way at the edge of an expanse of white sand. He could tell that Vika, not usually given to emotion, was feeling as despondent as he was at the prospect of destroying their way back to their own world. But it had to be done. Richard drew his sword. Chapter 66. The sound of the blade being drawn from its scabbard rang out, echoing back from the complex shapes of the stone walls all around them. It was the forlorn sound of finality, of all his hopes and dreams ending. That distinctive ringing sound caused the massive crowd of Glee following them, who had seen the sword kill the goddess, pause with concern before backing away. Many moved back among the safety of the standing stones. In his mind's eye, Richard could see Kalen's smile. He had to force the image from his thoughts, lest it be too unbearable, or even prevent him from doing what he knew he had to do to protect her and all the people in her world. He hoped that one day his home world would again have a Lord Rahl, one who cared about his people, his son. One day it would also have a new confessor to help protect them, his daughter. For now, though, Richard was the only protection for that world, and to protect it, he had to destroy the device that allowed the Glee to go there. None of his people would ever know what he had done to save their world, and one day the Glee would only be a terrible memory. New generations would likely not even know anything about them, or the horrors they had brought to the world. He looked up overhead when he noticed that it was getting brighter. He saw that the clouds had parted enough to give them a rare glimpse of the sky. The sun itself wasn't in view, but the sky was a bright reddish orange. Because it was still late in the day, he thought it likely that it was near sunset. He couldn't yet see the stars, but if he could, he knew that he wouldn't be able to recognize them from a strange world he didn't want to be in. So far, since he had arrived, the sky was rarely visible. The continual heavy, rolling, boiling clouds seemed to make this world all that much gloomier. He didn't know if it was simply a seasonal weather pattern or a habitual one. Kaelin was out there, somewhere, among stars he couldn't yet see. He wondered if in her world, when she looked up, she might one day look toward the forsaken place in the sky where he would be forever stranded. His joy at having a glimpse of the reddish sky, instead of the continual overcast vista, was short-lived when his gaze reluctantly settled on the device waiting for him across the sand. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Vika whispered from close behind him. "Once you do, there is no going back." He looked over his shoulder into her blue eyes. She questioned his choices and decisions quite often, sometimes in the form of a cutting remark. But he knew that it was her way of testing his confidence in a course of action, a way to get him to reaffirm his decisions within his own mind. When it came down to it, he knew that she had complete confidence in him. This time, it was a critical, consequential question. What choice do I have? Vika's face said it all as she nodded slightly. None, I guess. Richard could feel the power of the sword storming through every fiber of his being. That power pulled and tugged at him, wanting his anger to join with that power. But this time, he knew that venting his anger on the device that would forever separate him from Kaelin seemed out of place. This was an instance more of solemn duty than rage. Besides, Richard couldn't seem to bring forth any anger of his own to join with that of the sword, or at least none he dared unleash. Finally, he decided that it was best to simply get it over with, and not dwell on it, so that he could at last rest easy in the knowledge that it was done, and that Kaelin and their children would not have to live in fear of Glee coming to slaughter them. So many had already died a horrific and senseless death. He couldn't realistically do anything for them, but he could at least see to it that the ones still alive would be spared the terror the Glee could bring. As he crossed the expanse, with the tip of the sword dragging through the sand behind him, he was reminded again of the round area of white sand in the Garden of Life at the People's Palace. That was a place of great significance. So much had started there, and ended there, and now it was all ending in a similar circular area of white sand in a world far away. As Richard got closer, something about the symbols on the stone device made him pause for a moment, staring. He moved closer then to have a better look, to see if his initial thought could actually be possible. When he realized that he was right, he sheathed his sword. Vika looked suddenly concerned. "What's wrong?" Richard hardly heard her as he dropped to his knees in front of the stone and reached out to run his fingertips lightly over the symbols on the smooth surface. "Lord Rahl, what is it?" He could hardly believe what he was seeing. "These symbols are in the language of creation. It's not precisely the same as the symbols I've seen before, but they're awfully close. I can tell right off that most of them are substantially the same. There are some differences, but they're close enough that I think I might be able to translate them." Vika rushed up and fell to her knees beside him. "Really? What does it say?" "It's not that simple." "Well, if you can recognize it as the language of creation, and you understand that language, then it only makes sense that it must be something you can read, right?" "Yes, I think I can. Some of it, anyway. From the parts I am able to read, what it says is incredibly complicated. What do you mean by complicated? Well, in many ways, it reminds me of a complex constructed spell. A constructed spell? She leaned closer to him with an astonished look. You mean magic? Richard nodded as he tried to decipher one of the symbols having to do with intersecting lines of power. Yes, like magic. Vika let out a sigh as she sat back on her heels. I'm afraid that I can't help you there. But are you sure? How could magic possibly be involved with this device? Magic is involved with all the devices I've seen before. You would know a lot more about that than I would, she said. I try to avoid anything having to do with magic. You seem to always be involved with it in one way or another. He nodded, not really hearing her as he leaned in and frowned. It's saying something about a ring. Vika stared at him. A ring? What kind of ring? Richard ran his fingers over the symbols, trying to understand what he was reading out of order and out of context. Doing so always made translations much more difficult. The language of creation was not easy to read as it was, but a lot of it had to be read in context to be understood. He searched for the beginning to try to read it from where the description started. The problem was, he wasn't entirely sure yet exactly where that starting point was. He read several of the symbols looking for the beginning when he recognized something. He looked to the sand at the sides of the stone. It's talking about a ring, beginning and ending here. What could that mean? I'm not sure. He pointed beside the stone. Dig in the sand right there, and see if there is a ring of some kind. As Vika did as he asked, Richard went to the other side and started digging with his hands. I found something, Vika called over to him. As he dug, his fingers touched something hard and smooth. Me too. He started clearing away the sand, exposing what was buried there. He brushed sand away to expose more of it. Vika was doing the same. In a few moments, they each had uncovered gleaming metal. It was the color of gold and perfectly round, about as thick as his forearm. It was not cold to the touch like some metals. It felt more like real gold. As he and Vika both followed it along, uncovered more and more, they began to see that it went out in both directions from the stone, and by the way it curved as it moved away from that square stone, it soon became obvious that it was a gold ring that, from what they had so far uncovered, looked like it encompassed most of the round area of sand. What should we do? Vika asked. Richard was using his hands to sweep away sand from the top of the ring. It's not buried very deep. Let's uncover it all and confirm if it really does go all the way around in a ring. They worked with urgency to solve the mystery. They both felt driven by the discovery, wanting to excavate it to see if it told them anything important. Richard couldn't imagine, though, what use it could be to them. After all, the whole thing would soon be destroyed. The hundreds of Glee watching them from around the whole area and back in among the stone formations didn't say anything or try to interfere. But it was clear that they were as astonished as Richard and Vika. They had lived with and used this device all their lives, and yet they had never known that the ring was right there, connected to it, just under the surface of the sand. In a short time, Richard and Vika had uncovered the entire ring. Both of them stood and stepped back to look at it. Richard thought that it was either made of or covered with gold. The golden ring went in a full circle, interrupted only by the stone sitting at one side of the sand. The ring was polished, and so perfectly smooth that Richard could see his distorted reflection in it. It was simply a smooth, polished golden surface. It had no writing or symbols on it. Richard looked over at the stone. It had a massive amount of writing on it. He rushed across the white sand to see if he could tell if the writing on the stone might reveal something about the purpose of the golden ring. Chapter 67. Anything? Vika sounded impatient. You've been looking at it long enough that you must be able to read at least some of it. You should be able to tell something from the symbols, right? So what does what you've translated so far say? Richard sat back on his heels and looked over at her. The Glee are wrong in calling it a device. Really? Why? What is it called? It's called a gateway. Vika stared at him a long moment.
A gateway?
That's what it says. Vika gestured at the stone.
You mean, like a gateway to other worlds?
Richard nodded.
It would seem so.
She frowned as she considered.
I guess that makes sense. But it seems like an awful lot of writing just to say that it's called the gateway. Does it really take all of that to say it's called the gateway?
Richard let out a deep sigh as he looked back at the stone. He gently ran his fingers over the symbols as he considered them. No, that's only a small amount of what this says. There's a lot more to it. The symbols are similar to those in our world, and many are the same. But not all are, and there are key differences from any I've seen before. Some of the more complex symbols are meant to convey concepts by using underlying elements, but not all of those use the same elements as the ones I'm familiar with. Even though it's in many ways different, it's still hauntingly similar to what was once a common form of writing in our world.
You mean it's the same as the writing all over that witch woman, Niska, back in our world? The one in the swamp by Agaden Reach, where we caught up with the Mother Confessor?
The very same. And it's close to the same as in a lot of other places in our world. It predates everything else. All other writing, which involves words rather than pictorial elements and concepts, came after the language of creation. Vika gave him a blank look.
So, what exactly are you trying to say?
Richard shook his head with a sigh as he looked back at the stone. I don't know. I'm just saying that this has to be very old. But more than that, don't you think that it's more than strange for the language of creation to be on this stone in another world besides ours?
It has been here for a very long time, Sang said from back beyond the sand, trying to sound helpful.
He had stepped a little closer, away from the others watching. Richard had forgotten that the glee packed in among the stone spires were listening.
Maybe that is what you mean, that it has been here for a very long time?
Richard knew that Sang didn't grasp the significance of what he had discovered. There was no way he could. He wasn't in the mood to give lessons, though, so he kept it simple. Longer than that. All of the glee looked to be confused as they whispered among themselves. They clearly had a hard time grasping anything Richard was saying. The language of creation, after all, had no meaning for them. Vika slapped a hand onto the stone.
But it could be that this thing, this gateway, may have once come to our world and given us the language of creation, don't you suppose? Much like it came to this world.
Richard shook his head. I have absolutely no idea, Vika. That seems like it could be true, but I don't think that's the case. I simply have no way of saying for sure. What I do know is that these symbols are instructions. Vika withdrew her hand from the stone as she leaned close to him.
Instructions, she whispered. Instructions for what?
Richard leaned in toward the stone again to put his fingers on the symbols. I'm not ready to say yet. I need to read some more so I can try to piece it all together. Vika stood to leave him to it. She walked the perimeter just beyond the gold ring. Richard thought she looked like she might be making sure the glee stayed back out of the way. The more he read, the more he thought that might be a very good idea. On one of her rounds, as she went past him, she bent close.
Anything useful yet?
Richard looked up at her. Tell Sang I'd like him to come over here. I want to ask him something. Be casual about it. I don't want the others to hear me. When she strolled back with the tall, nearly black glee, Richard stood.
What is it? Sang asked. Why are you not destroying the device? I thought that was why you were...
How did you use this device to come to my world? You came a number of times. How did you do it? How did you make the device work for you? Sang was taken off guard by the question. He thought about it briefly, and then looked over at the device.
There is a place on the top, on the other side, that I used to make the device work so that I could go into darkness. That is how I reached your world.
Show me, Richard said. Sang nodded and then led them around the square block of stone to stand just outside of the ring, facing the slanted top. Richard came around with him and watched. Sang spread his right claws to extend just the first one, much as a person would extend their first finger to point.
When I wished to go to your world, I would put one claw into this place here.
Sang used the claw to tap the sloped top of the stone. There was a slot right next to where he tapped. It looked like he would be able to fit the single claw all the way down into the slot. That was what Richard had thought from what he had read so far, but he knew that there had to be a lot more to it. How did you know where to go? When you went into darkness, it didn't just spit you out somewhere at random. How did it allow you to come to our world?
In the beginning, long before we all came alive, it is said that Glee would sometimes try putting their claw into that place. They were never seen again. No one knew what happened to them. So maybe, as you say, the device sent them someplace where they died. Or maybe it sent them nowhere at all, and they long ago simply vanished into darkness. The Golden Goddess, besides being bigger than other Glee, was also smarter. She was the first to learn that she could ask the device to send her to other worlds where she could survive. I believe that was the key. The device then picked places like that. She learned right at first that she could return by what we now call the lifeline. She would travel to other worlds and then come back and tell others what she had discovered. As she found worlds for them to raid, they came to call her the Collector of Worlds. After she found a world she liked, she would then insert one claw and think of the place she wished to go back to, and the device would send her into darkness until she arrived at that world. They began to call her a goddess, much like they thought of the ones who had left the device as gods. Because she alone knew how it worked, she began to gain followers who called her goddess, and then the Golden Goddess. She liked having followers who worshipped her. After a time, she would stand here, where we stand now, and in that way send her followers to the places she had found where they would hunt for food. That eventually evolved into sport for them.
Richard knew that when the gods, or whoever it was, had brought the gateway to Sang's world and left it where it now stood, it had to be adjusted so that the Glee could use it. It had protocols, shown in the symbols, that had to have been set so the Glee could use a single claw to activate it. From what Richard had read, once it had been set for the new use, such as had been done when it had been left here in this world, nothing else would work. Until the gateway was reset. From what Sang had just told him, the Golden Goddess was the first to finally figure out how to make the gateway work successfully. Now, all the Glee knew. The implications were racing around in Richard's mind as he tried to piece together all the things he had so far been able to read on the stone. Thank you, Sang. That explains a lot. Richard lifted his sword halfway from its scabbard to show it to Sang. You better go stand back there with the others where it will be safe. Piecing together what he had read so far and what Sang said, Richard knew just how dangerous this gateway was in the hands of the Glee. It had to be destroyed. Sang nodded, having seen the destructive power of the sword before, and rushed out of the circle of sand to stand back with the others among the rock formations. Richard stood, staring at the symbols on the stone gateway for a long moment. He let the sword slide back down into its scabbard. Vika frowned at Richard and lowered her voice. Lord Rahl, what's going on? Are you going to destroy this terrible thing or not? Richard rubbed his chin as he looked from her to the stone and back again. I'm getting an idea. Her brow tightened. What kind of idea? The crazy kind. Is it going to get us killed? Probably. Chapter 68. What kind of crazy idea is it this time? She asked, sounding weary of such ideas and the likelihood that it would get them killed. Richard waved off the question. Do me a favor and keep making sure the Glee stay back. I need to be left alone for a while to study these symbols. They're complicated. Vika waggled a hand at the stone. What do you think all those are for? What is their purpose? You said before that they're instructions, but instructions for what? Richard looked into her blue eyes. Instructions to reset the gateway. What do you mean, reset it? Richard wiped a hand across his face. He was already weary of this damp world. He dreaded the thought of living out his life among the glee in this hot, red, often wet world. He supposed he wouldn't have to live too long until one of them eventually got the idea to eat him. Well, when whoever brought this gateway here left it for the glee to use, they had to reset it so that it would work for the glee. Maybe they didn't really intend to leave it here, she suggested. Maybe the glee captured them and forced them to reset it so they could use it. After all, we know all too well how vicious they can be. Richard pulled his lower lip through his teeth. I suppose that's possible, too. There is no real way to tell for sure. So, what are you considering? He waggled a finger at the stone. I'm thinking that if I can figure out enough of the symbols to activate it, I may be able to reset it. Vika cocked her head as she suspiciously scrutinized him with her left eye alone. Why would you want to reset it? For what purpose? Well, think about it. If I'm able to reset it so that it works differently, then they could never again use it to go to our world, or any world for that matter. They wouldn't have the means to reset it to work for them, so that would render the gateway inert. Vika's mouth twisted as she tried to follow his train of thought. Why bother with all that? Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to just break it apart with your sword? If you did that, they certainly wouldn't be able to ever use it again, right? I mean, you wouldn't need to understand the symbols to do that. If you simply break the stone apart with your sword, that would be the end of it. Forever. Richard glanced over at the stone before looking back at her. We don't know what this thing really is. Vika was giving him a wary look, like she was trying to figure out what he could really be thinking. You said it's called a gateway. Obviously, it's a gateway to other worlds. That's what it is. Yes, but what I mean is we don't know what powers it. What makes it work? How does it send people? He gestured with a hand in the direction of the throng of glee watching them. Or glee, or whatever, to another world. What if it uses some kind of magic? Or what if inside it has mechanical components powered by magic like the Omen machine used to have? I've found things in our world that are incredibly powerful, and in many cases I have no idea exactly how they work, or who could have made them, or, for that matter, even where they came from. But I learned that they were profoundly dangerous, and had I tried to simply destroy them with my sword so that no one could ever use them, it could have caused unimaginable consequences. Some of those devices could have destroyed the world of life. In some things involving unknown magic that has the potential to be profoundly dangerous, such as this here, you have to think it through before you do anything that can't be undone. Vika glanced over at the stone in a new light. So, you're saying that it could be so dangerous to try to destroy it, that you think it might kill us all? Richard shrugged. I don't know. From what I know about magic, that's a possibility. If I hit it with my sword, it could kill me, or for all I know, it might even unleash enough power to destroy everyone for miles around, or even render this entire world a dead rock. He leaned closer to her. Or, for all I know, it might even act as a weapon, and send that destructive power to the last place the glee used it to visit. To our world. Vika flipped her braid forward over her shoulder and held it in her right fist as she considered. You mean you think it could possibly be dangerous to try to destroy it, even dangerous to our own world? So instead, you are thinking it might be safer for us and for our world if you try to reset it so that the glee can't possibly use it, and that would accomplish the same thing. It would render it useless and prevent them from ever harming our world again. Richard gave her a firm nod. That's right. For all I know, it could kill me if I tried to destroy it, and then it would still be here and still work and remain a threat to our world. Well, she said with a deep sigh, that's not crazy. So it's obviously not what you are actually thinking of doing. What is the crazy thing you are really considering doing? Richard showed her a small smile and gestured off to the other side of the ring. Would you please go keep an eye on them? Once I start, I think I may need to keep going, and I don't want to have any nosy glee interrupting me. Vika studied his face for a moment. What are you not telling me? I'm not telling you what you don't yet need to know. Vika folded her arms as she looked at him from under her brow. I'm here alone in this world with you. Forever. I'm going to grow old and die in this world along with you, if we live that long. We are in this together. Tell me. Richard pursed his lips. We are starting to sound like an old married couple. She kept the look leveled on him. Tell me. He sighed. All right. Well, first of all, if I simply reset the gateway, it's always possible that someone else could come along, figure it out, and reset it back again. If that happened, then they could use it for who knows what purpose. There's more to it, though. Like what? Richard gestured toward the gateway without looking over at it. These symbols are starting to look to me like they could actually be a constructed spell. Chapter 69. With her arms still folded, she shrugged. That's the big deal you couldn't tell me? That it might be a constructed spell? If you mess with them, and accidentally do the wrong thing, some constructed spells can kill everyone within dozens of miles. Her arms came unfolded. Oh. They can also be incredibly dangerous in other ways as well. Unexpected ways. If it really is a constructed spell, or even if it isn't, but it functions something like one, it's not any kind of constructed spell I'm familiar with, and yet it has many of the routines and protocols I recognize. On top of that, not all the symbols are close to the same as those in the version of the language of creation that I'm familiar with. That makes it hard to know precisely what each of those protocols means, how they function, and if there is a specific order to using them. Some constructed spells have fail-safes built into them that can kill you if you do the wrong thing at the wrong time. I will need to study it some more first, before I can say for certain exactly what we are dealing with here. Vika looked at the stone and then back to him. But if it really is the language of creation, you should be able to understand it, shouldn't you? I believe that the language of creation may have different dialects. The markings here might simply be one of those different dialects, and that's why I'm having trouble understanding it. That makes it a little more difficult to translate all these symbols. It won't prevent me from translating what they say, but I first need to be sure of what some of the more familiar ones mean. Once I'm sure of the meaning of the symbols in those, that will help me translate others. That's going to take me some time. I don't know how much time, but I need to be left to it. She shrugged. All right, so study it. He gave her a meaningful look. I would appreciate it if you went over there and watched the glee to keep them from getting too curious, so I can concentrate on this. Oh, all right. Well, why didn't you just say so? But if you really think it is a constructed spell, wouldn't that mean this thing is powered by magic? Richard shook his head, feeling frustration that he had a hard time explaining all the technicalities. I don't know. Maybe. I understand constructed spells, and I know how they function. I've even made a number of them myself. This looks in many ways like it could very well be a constructed spell, but in other ways it's different, so I'm not yet entirely sure. It may simply share some aspects with a constructed spell. It may be a coincidence that it looks like one to me, in part because I'm not able to read all the symbols. I might also be reading too much into it. I just don't know yet. But these symbols are the key to learning how this thing functions, and if it actually is a constructed spell, so that's why I need to study it. Got it now? What difference could that make? She frowned at him. If you simply reset it, so they can't use it, that's all you really need to do, right? Sure, unless someone comes along who can recognize the symbols or figure them out, and then reset it for themselves so they could use the gateway. I'm trying to figure out if there is a way to lock in the reset. Or, better yet, use a failsafe. So unless you know how to work a constructed spell, or you understand the language of creation, would you please go over there and watch those glee? And be prepared in case something happens. Vika glanced to the glee and then back at him. Something like what? Are you going to ask questions all the time for the rest of our lives in this awful world? Vika only smiled. Richard looked over at the glee out of the corner of one eye. I don't know for sure what might happen, but if this thing really is a constructed spell powered by magic, and something happens, they may become alarmed. What should I prepare for? Richard let out a weary sigh. Vika, Sang is going to soon grow impatient that I am not destroying this thing. I don't know what the other Glee will do if this stone starts making noises or something. After all, they seem to regard this thing as some sort of sacred object given to them by gods. Vika finally relented. All right, that makes sense. But if I have to start using my Aegeal on them, things could get messy. Well, I don't want you to do that. Just keep your eye on them. Strike up a conversation or something. Divert their attention. Ask them about their offspring. Parents love to talk about that. As soon as he said that, he wished he hadn't. I'm not all that experienced at small talk, but I'll give it a try. Is life with you in this world always going to be this difficult? Vika smiled again. You wouldn't want life here to be boring, would you? Richard shook his head before turning back to the stone as Vika walked over to Sang. Chapter 70. Richard glanced over to check and saw Vika talking to the Glee. Things seemed peaceful enough. They looked interested in whatever she was telling them. He turned his attention back to what he was doing, bending close to continue studying the series of symbols and emblems on the stone, trying to figure out what the parts he didn't recognize meant. He rubbed a temple with a finger as he worked to understand the connecting links. They were in fact different in a number of ways from the language of creation he had learned, but he hadn't told Vika everything he already knew about them. He wasn't sure she could understand it, or would care to. Mord's Sith were famous for their dislike of anything to do with magic. Richard wasn't yet positive that this gateway stone really did possess magic, but the symbols certainly did have a lot of the characteristic elements of magic as expressed through constructed spells. He almost had a hard time believing it could be something other than magic. In large part, they did comply with the precepts of a constructed spell, and yet in some ways, they didn't. He had created constructed spells before, and in his studies, he had learned a great deal about their complexities and how they function through principles of magic, both additive and subtractive. He knew a number of their key provisions, but that hardly meant he knew everything about them. While this was in many ways the same element he knew and understood, there were differences he couldn't yet fathom. He traced components of things he knew, struggling to identify exactly how this was different so he could fill in the blanks. In his studies of books of magic, and in working with constructed spells he had access to, he had also learned a lot about his own gift. For reasons that eluded him, he had an easier time using his gift with constructed spells, perhaps because they were so technical and the steps made sense. When he followed the steps in constructed spells in the proper way, the spell came to life. In other situations when he needed his gift, it didn't always respond, so he naturally gravitated toward the type of magic with structure he could analyze. He also suspected that those technical aspects that required him to concentrate distracted him enough to call upon his gift without really thinking about it when his magic was needed in procedures along the way. When he was relieved of the conscious pressure to call forth his gift, it simply naturally worked as required to assist him. Importantly, one of the things he had learned in his studies was that it took his gift not only to work with the constructed spells, but to understand them. It had always been difficult for him to call up his gift consciously, except in a certain kind of crisis. But here, with these emblems, he could sense them with his gift. It seemed like here, in this world, with this complicated spell, he was able to touch his gift in order to understand elements in ways that were difficult or impossible to do back in his home world. He realized that it felt to him like he was having much the same kind of ease with using his gift as he had experienced before, only in the underworld. Because constructed spells were so rare, he hadn't been able to study a lot of them. Having seen only a relative few, that left a lot of questions in his mind with the gateway. He came to realize that, rather than trying to decipher every element of every symbol along the way to understand all of the language of creation the way it was written on the stone, if he simply assumed it was a constructed spell and treated it as such, that very well might be the best way for him to come to grasp the entirety of what all the writing meant. As he became more familiar with the symbols he hadn't seen before, he began to learn by their context that it wasn't really all that different from the language of creation he already knew. This simply said things in a slightly different way. It might use the symbol for a bat to express flight, rather than the bird symbol he was familiar with. But it suddenly clicked in his mind that the larger concept was really the same. They were both referring to the concept of the air or the sky. That realization helped him start to make faster progress in deciphering the overarching meaning of what he was reading. When he glanced up, he noticed that the glee across the sand were starting to look restless. Vika was walking back and forth, talking to them, distracting them. He certainly couldn't afford to have the glee suddenly decide that they didn't want Richard messing around with their device, as they called the gateway. But what was worse, he now realized that he was going to need to ignite a verification web if he was going to learn more of how the gateway functioned, and he didn't know how the glee might react to that. He finally decided that there was no other way around it. He was simply going to have to do it. Richard finally located the sequence of symbols that would initiate the verification web. He touched those symbols with a finger in the proper order, letting his gift flow into each of them to begin to unlock the constructed spell. It should work if the symbols were what he believed they were. He held his breath and briefly tapped the last one to let a bit of subtractive magic feed the emblem. Suddenly, all the symbols on the entire stone lit up as if they were made of glass, and there was a light inside the stone. Every one of the symbols glowed a pale bluish color that stood out all the more because of everything else being some shade of red. More alarming, the thing started giving off a low humming sound. Richard didn't know if he had merely activated the stone in some way, or it was doing what he intended. He quickly went back to the symbols and tapped the next series in the proper sequence to add subtractive magic to them in order to find out if this really was a constructed spell. Subtractive magic would break the necessary seals if it actually was a constructed spell. If it was, then something should happen to give him some kind of indication. At first, nothing happened. He held his breath as he waited. All of a sudden, one of the emblems on the top of the stone, on the side opposite the sloped top, lit with red light. He touched it with a finger, letting it have a bit of additive magic. As soon as he did, it abruptly threw a series of lines through the air, similar to the way a fisherman would toss out a net. But instead of sinking to the ground, this net of lines hung in midair over the sand. The lines all glowed the same pale bluish color as the other symbols on the gateway stone. That was a sign, but not yet the right sign. He heard the glee across the sand, crowded in among the rocks, start to hiss. It sounded to him like a hiss of impatience. He glanced up at the intricate pattern of the lines hanging in midair, only to see Vika rushing back to him. The alarm on her face was clear. Chapter 71. Richard motioned frantically to get Vika to go around the glowing lines, rather than run straight toward him and through them. She had no idea how dangerous they were, but fortunately, she instinctively avoided anything having to do with magic. So as soon as she spotted the glowing lines, she dodged to the side and changed course to avoid going into the gold ring altogether. He breathed out a sigh of relief. She skidded to a stop beside the stone. She put a hand on it for support as she panted. "Lord Rahl." Richard pushed her hand off the stone. "Don't touch it. It's active. I don't know what it could do if you touched the wrong thing." She drew her hand back as if she had touched fire. "Lord Rahl, the Glee are not at all happy about what they're seeing." Before she could elaborate, Sang raced up behind her. "Lord Rahl, you must not do this," he shouted in Richard's mind. "You said that you intended to destroy the device. That is what you must do. The others who were followers of the goddess are growing angry. They consider this device a sacred gift from the gods." Richard frowned up at Sang. "Then why didn't they object when I came up here to destroy the thing?" Sang looked back at the massive throng of Glee among the rocks on the other side of the white sand. They were all waving their arms, apparently arguing among themselves. He looked back at Richard and bent down as if to speak confidentially, although the Glee had already proven their ability to have others hear them selectively. Or maybe it was only an ability to make Richard and Vika selectively not hear them. "They did not know that you intended to destroy the device." "What?" Richard rose to his feet. "You mean you didn't tell them what I intended to do?" Sang shook his head. "No, I dared not. You must understand that we have only just been reunited with them after you struck down the Golden Goddess. I thought you would come up here and do the same thing with the device, and it would be over before they realized what you were going to do.
and in that way have it ended once and for all before they could object.
What did you expect them to do once I had destroyed it with my sword? Sang hesitated.
I thought that since it would then be over, and too late for them to do anything about it, we could more easily convince them that it was for the best. With the Golden Goddess dead, and the device destroyed so we could no longer go to other worlds, I thought they would then realize they had no choice but to go back to our traditional ways, and then they could come to be at peace with it. I thought they would even realize that the fighting and violent death of so many was finally ended and be pleased.
Richard realized that even though they had the ceremonial eating of the waterweed from Ibn's body, they hadn't fully committed to giving up all their beliefs or using the device to go to other worlds. They had enjoyed the sport of hunting, and they had developed a taste for the flesh of people. There were probably glee among those watching who craved power and were waiting to later use the device to win followers to themselves. This is more complicated than I realized, Richard told Sang. I can't simply use my sword to break this stone apart. It's not just a piece of rock. If it were, I could shatter it. But it's a powerful device that uses magic to send you to other worlds. If I use my sword to try to destroy it, it could end up killing us all, or even killing everyone in this world. I need to disable it in another way.
Do what you must, but hurry, Sang urged. If you do not destroy it quickly, you may never get another chance.
I will go as fast as I can, but it will take some time. I need you to go back and convince them that they need to stay away because these lines you see above the sand are dangerous. Sang looked across the sand, toward the glee for a moment, and then back to Richard. His third eyelids blinked across his large, glossy black eyes.
What lines?
Chapter 72. Richard was shocked. You mean to say you can't see the glowing lines above the sand? Sang briefly looked again and then back at Richard. He shook his head.
I see only sand, and beyond it, the glee who are growing angry.
Richard hadn't expected that the glee couldn't see the lines of light. He knew that everyone in his world had at least a spark of the gift within the grace they were born with. That spark, even though it usually wasn't powerful enough in most people to use it to do magic, still allowed them to see and interact with magic. The only explanation was that the glee had no such spark of the gift. They were completely devoid of even that infinitesimal spark. That was why the goddess had been so fearful of the magic of Richard's world. She had never experienced it before and didn't understand it. It was a fearsome unknown to her. Sang drew back his lips, exposing his needle-sharp white teeth, as if in apology. Richard gestured. Can you see the symbols on the stone light up? Sang leaned past Richard to look at the stone.
Light? I see no light, only the markings as they were always there.
The sun had set, and it was rapidly getting darker. Sang should have had absolutely no difficulty seeing either the glowing lines of light above the sand or the glowing symbols on the stone gateway. Richard looked over at Vika. You see them both, right? She shrugged her confusion that Sang couldn't see them. Of course. I don't know what the lines over the sand are or what they mean, but I can see them. Richard was at least relieved by that much of it. It's the initial stages of a verification web. The lines mean that I was able to get the gateway to ignite its constructed spell. There's no explanation I can see other than whatever this gateway is, it uses a constructed spell. It's built right into it.
What is a constructed spell?
Sang asked. Magic, Richard told him. Dangerous magic.
Dangerous to you or to us?
Extremely dangerous to the glee, Richard told him. You already know that this device has the ability to send you into darkness. That should tell you something about how powerful it is. That power is dangerous.
But we have used it since long before any of us were alive, Sang said. It never harmed us.
It was never activated before, but now it is. Because it uses a very powerful form of magic, I need to use that power built into the device to destroy it. It's the only way. Sang gestured back across the sand.
But the others are angry at not knowing what you are doing with their device, and they may soon decide they must stop you.
You need to go talk to them. Tell them how you have seen the power of magic in my world. This device uses that same magic. If you want to, tell them that the device is malfunctioning, and it is about to kill anyone up here. You need to get all of the Glee away from here, or they might be killed. Get them all to go back down the mountain to safety.
I don't think they will want to leave you alone with the device. It is too important to them.
Richard growled his frustration. He gestured up at the darkening sky. It's getting dark. You need to go now while it is still light enough to see your way down the mountain, or you will all be stuck up here in this dry place all night. Richard leaned toward him. All night. Without water. Sang touched a claw to his lip. That concerned him, but he was still hesitating. Because he couldn't see the glowing bluish lines, Richard didn't know if he understood and feared the magic of the gateway. But like a boulder falling off a cliff from above, you didn't need to see it to be killed. He knew, though, that fear of being stuck in this dry place overnight was probably more alarming to him than anything else. He looked across the sand to the others. Some of them were clacking their claws in a threatening manner. Sang, Richard said, drawing his attention back to him. Something is about to happen that will likely kill all of you up here. You need to convince them they must leave, right now. You need to tell them that darkness will soon trap them here in this dry place, and they must leave now, while they can still see the path down. Tell them they can come back tomorrow, if you have to. Sang nodded.
I will try. I will tell them what you say about being trapped up here in this dry place where it will soon be dark. That may convince them to go back down from here right away.
I'm serious, Richard said. Dangerous magic is about to begin, and if anyone is up here when it does, they will die. If they refuse to leave, then you and your friends must leave as quickly as you can, or you will be killed too. You must believe me, Sang. You must leave now. I don't want you or your friends to be harmed, but if they stay up here, you all will die. Sang again touched the tip of his claw to his black lower lip as he studied Richard's face. Finally, he nodded.
You have done what we needed to stop the Golden Goddess. You have helped us. I will tell those with me that we must run. I will tell the others, too, that it will soon be too dark to see, and they will be trapped here, so they must leave until tomorrow. They will be warned. If they don't leave...
Richard put a hand on Sang's shoulder. You have been a friend, Sang. I wish you a good life. Sang's dark skin bunched above his big black eyes in a kind of grotesque frown.
Are you saying that you will be here when the magic starts, and you will die?
Richard continued to gaze into those black eyes. I'm afraid so. This is what I need to do to protect my world. Thank you for your part in this, and for coming to help me protect my people as well as yours. Now go, hurry, get to safety.
You have been a friend to me, and to my friends.
Sang laid a claw on Richard's shoulder, as if to thank him, and then he quickly turned and rushed away. He paused once to look back, and then he ran to the others off among the forest of tall rocks to warn them that they must leave at once. Chapter 73. Vika leaned close to Richard once she saw Sang join the others. This is it, then? We are really going to die? Richard glanced over at her. If my crazy idea doesn't work, most likely. She frowned in a way that only Mord Sith could frown. And if your crazy idea does work, then the gateway will be destroyed, and we will have to face who knows how many thousands of angry Glee that will want to rip us apart for destroying their precious device. Maybe they will cool off once they get back to their ponds. Richard didn't want to tell her what his crazy idea actually was. So if your crazy idea doesn't work, we will likely die in the attempt, and if it does work and doesn't kill us, the Glee likely will. I tried to get you to stay back there in our world, he told her. You are the one who insisted on coming with me. Vika made a sour face as she folded her arms. I guess coming with you was my crazy idea. He showed her a small smile that was more forced than real. She looked across the sand at the Glee. They were all engaged in an animated discussion. There was even some pushing and shoving. Sang threw both arms up in the air as he jumped around, frantically trying to make his point. They didn't look to be convinced. He gestured at the sky and then toward the way down the mountain, urging them that they had to leave before it was too dark. The former followers of the goddess who had followed them up the mountain didn't look like they had any intention of leaving before it was too dark, apparently more upset about Richard messing with their precious device than anything else. The way they were pointing across the sand, they looked like they were more set on stopping Richard. The glee Richard had brought across the drylands finally heeded Sang's urgent warnings and started for the path down the mountain. Richard looked up, and he could already see the first stars. They soon wouldn't have much light to help them make it down the mountain. The moons would help, but only until they were in the dense fog of the heavy cloud layer lower down the mountain. "I don't know what you have planned," Vika said, "but you had better hurry up before they decide to come over here and kill us to keep you from harming their sacred device." "I know, but I need time." "Time for what? How much time?" "I already activated the verification web." He gestured toward the sand. "That's the bluish lines in the air above the sand. It doesn't tell me enough about what I need to know to reset the gateway. In order to understand the gateway and the process to reset it, I need to do an aspect analysis of the verification web from an interior perspective." "Oh, of course." Vika rolled her eyes. "I don't know why I didn't suggest that in the first place." "Vika, this is serious. This is our only chance. I'm going to have to use both additive magic and subtractive magic. It's the only way to activate an interior perspective." That sobered her. "What do you need me to do?" "Once I ignite that kind of power, anyone up here is going to die." "I hope you don't really expect me to leave with Sang." "No." He gestured to the bluish lines above the sand. "I want you inside that web with me. It's the only way to protect you." "Inside magic?" She looked at him like she thought he had lost his mind. "You want me inside some kind of powerful magic with you? That's your crazy idea?" "You need to trust me. You have already let me take you to the world of the dead. Compared to that, this should be a breeze." "Sure, a breeze." She glanced briefly at the glowing lines above the sand. "I don't know a lot about magic, but what I do know is that mixing subtractive magic and additive magic is beyond dangerous. If you need reminding, that's what brought Shota's palace in Bindamoon down on top of you." "I know. But this time there is not a witch unleashing the same thing at me." "Will we be safe in your web thing?" Richard nodded to reassure her. "Yes, I've done it before, and I know how to do it. But there is a problem." "Of course there is." She let out a deep sigh. "What's the problem?" "While I know what I'm doing with the constructed spell portion, I don't know for sure how the gateway is going to react to a mix of that kind of power." She gestured across to the sand. "Well, whatever you're going to do, you had better hurry. I don't think Sang is convincing those angry glee of anything." Richard saw that she was right. The last thing he needed was to get into a battle with glee in the middle of complex protocols. He grabbed hold of Vika's upper arm and urgently pulled her with him toward the center of the maze of glowing bluish lines, working his way carefully but quickly through the maze without touching it to get to the center. Fortunately, there weren't yet a lot of the bluish lines. That was why he needed to do the more extensive interior perspective from inside the verification web. Once there in the center of the sand, Vika looked all around at the glowing lines, like they might bite. She wasn't necessarily wrong. But they were far from as dangerous as they were going to get. "I don't have magic," she reminded him. "You have the bond to me," he told her in a distracted voice. "I have magic. That gives you all the magic you will need. You will be protected by that bond." She looked around at the lines. "If you say so, I do." "Well, do I need to do anything?" "No. Just try not to move around too much or touch the glowing lines. Stay close to me. Once everything starts, don't move away or try to run." She gestured. "Sang is still here, trying to convince them to leave." Richard turned. "Sang," he called out. "You have 3 heartbeats before anything living up here is killed. Go, now! If they won't go with you, leave them." Chapter 74. At Richard's urgent warning, Sang and the rest of his followers still up on the mountain raced away and disappeared through the contorted rock spires toward the path that would take them down the mountain. A few of the other Glee looked about and then changed their minds when they saw the others running for their lives. A number of them decided to go with them. Many more watched them go, but didn't follow. Richard had given them a chance to get to safety. They refused to take it. He saw the masses of Glee that were left behind, apparently wary because of Sang's warnings about dangerous magic, cautiously begin to move out from between and behind the smooth, flowing shapes of the rock. Cautious or not, he recognized Glee with murderous intent. "Lord Rahl, hurry," Vika yelled. "Don't stare at the lightning," he told her. "What lightning?" Instead of taking precious time to answer her, Richard simply reached out and touched two separate primary intersections of converging, glowing bluish lines, and then closed his eyes. To cast the proper interior perspective of a verification web, he needed to use his gift. He could feel the power of the gateway's constructed spell as it pulled his gift up from the depths of his soul. He knew by the way it functioned that the gateway had to be powered by a constructed spell. It was clear that it was simply a type of constructed spell he had never encountered before. That being the case, he hoped that everything at least worked in the same way with the same procedures he knew. As he felt the power from those bluish lines radiating up his arms, he didn't try to resist. They were seeking within him what they needed. He knew that without subtractive magic, the verification web would be sterile. He quickly opened his mind to what they were trying to pull from him and released his restraints. His gift responded with such a rush of power it took his breath. Time and movement outside the golden circle seemed to stop. Inside that circle, almost instantly, both additive and subtractive magic ignited from his outstretched arms with a deafening thunderclap. From his right hand, additive magic flashed in a twisting arc that would blind a person were they to stare right at it for more than a brief glance. Beyond the gold ring, Glee tried to shield their eyes with an arm. They might not be able to see magic, but this kind of power was something that even they could see. With his eyes closed, Richard could still see the bright, searing lines of the lightning right through his eyelids. Almost at the same time, from his left hand, subtractive magic thundered into existence, shaking the ground. Unlike its opposite, it wasn't at all bright. His eyes were closed, but he had seen it enough times that he could sense the cold void in the world of life that was blacker than death itself. Now that his gift had responded, and the full verification web had been ignited, Richard held both arms out as he squinted just enough to see the blindingly bright threads of crackling additive lightning and shrieking threads of totally black subtractive threads flickering and twisting all around him and Vika. Those threads of power arced upward from his hands and then cascaded down to the golden ring. The way they each turned and tumbled, they reminded him of wild beasts on a chain. In his peripheral vision, Richard could see the dark shapes of the Glee that had started racing toward the gold circle suddenly stop where they were as they saw power they couldn't comprehend exploding into existence before them. They didn't run. Maybe because they were waiting for an opening to attack to save their precious device. Or maybe because they couldn't understand what it was they were seeing. Or maybe because they were simply paralyzed by fear. The whole perimeter of the golden circle that he and Vika had uncovered in the sand drew a network of thin subtractive threads of inky black lightning, as well as blindingly bright threads of additive magic, all of them flickering as they jumped and raced around the entire perimeter of the gold ring, as if it were alive and trying to find a way to escape. But the golden circle prevented any escape, at least for the moment. Richard closed his eyes again and swiftly raised both arms. Using all the power of his gift, he abruptly brought the main trunks of those crackling, flickering discharges of additive and subtractive magic up with his hands, feeding them everything he had. Both of those arcing streams of thunderous power slammed together, rocking the mountain. Instantly, all around the perimeter of the gold circle about waist-high, a burst of dark energy powered by subtractive magic exploded outward in an ever-expanding ring. As it shot off in all directions, it instantly cut cleanly through the Glee where they stood, and the rock towers behind them, as well as those all around the mountaintop. Richard saw what had just happened as if watching from outside his own body. With the threat stopped, he immediately used his gift to pull the subtractive magic he had allowed to escape back within the boundary of the gold ring. The Glee had all been sliced cleanly in two and were dead before they tumbled to the ground. Some of the tops of the rock towers, suddenly separated by a void cut cleanly through them by subtractive magic, dropped straight down with a thud and stayed there, as if joining into one again. Others that were out of balance slowly began to tip over until they crashed down. Any of the glee that had been behind the rock had also been cut in two and killed. No glee that had come up the mountain, other than those with Sang who had fled, escaped alive. Everything had happened in a blinding flash of pure, elemental power. What only a second before had been a dangerous threat was no more. With the threat eliminated, Richard turned his attention back to the procedures for the ignition of the interior perspective of the verification web. He allowed both kinds of lightning to twist and dance together. Countless threads of the combined power crackled all around them, forming a dome shape over Richard and Vika. The ends of all those thrashing threads grounded on the golden ring, like lightning drawn irresistibly to a tree. It didn't seem to do any harm to the ring. That part was unlike any verification web procedure Richard had ever seen before, or heard of, but he realized that just because he hadn't seen it before didn't mean it was wrong, and was no reason to stop. Within that dome of crackling power, all around Richard and Vika, the constructed spell rapidly built a network of yet more lines, confirming that everything about the spell was unfolding properly, and as he had expected. As Richard concentrated on giving those lines the power they needed from his gift, they traced their way through the air, building a three-dimensional series of glowing lines. Unlike the previous lines, these glowed orange, which was a rather discordant contrast in the red world. The bluish lines from before turned green when the orange lines intersected with them, changing them and adding to their structure. Lines of light raced through the air to support and reinforce geometric shapes. Triangles merged and formed complex angles and shapes of pure white light that lit the remaining towers of rock all around them in their soft glow. The lines swiftly grew in purpose, creating an intricate web around Richard and Vika. Richard understood those lines and the elements of magic they represented. As they multiplied, the glowing lines continued to build, crisscrossing around the two of them at a dizzying rate. As they did, Vika pressed her back to his as yet more lines shot like arrows through space close in around them. The lines, Richard knew, were routines of the spell form, protocols that created the web to confirm what elements made up that spell form. They were, in essence, a three-dimensional diagram of the constructed spell. The lines continued to trace their routes with purpose and precision as the dome of crackling lightning overhead protected them. The symbols on the stone flashed in sequence. In the fabric of the web around them, made of orange, white, and green lines, in the angles and junctions, Richard could read purpose and procedure, revealing how the spell and the strange power used by the gateway functioned. Even though it was unlike any constructed spell he had seen before, in the complexity of glowing lines all around them, there was profound beauty of purpose. Richard now understood how it all fit together and the underlying mechanism for how the gateway worked. And he now understood exactly what he had to do to alter the gateway. Chapter 75. Richard looked back over his shoulder at Vika. "Are you all right?" "Peachy," she said above the crackling noise of the lightning flickering all around them. Richard smiled. "Good." She cast a worried look around the dancing and glimmering dome of power, then gazed back at him. "As far as your crazy ideas go, this one might be the craziest." "Well, I have to tell you, I haven't yet gotten to the crazy part." She carefully avoided touching any of the glowing lines as she used her hands on him to twist herself around until she was facing his back. She circled one arm around his waist to make sure she stayed close enough in case he moved. He was glad, at least, that she was taking the danger of the glowing lines seriously. "What?" she yelled out. "This isn't the crazy part?" "No. I just wanted to make sure you are all right because I'm about to do the crazy part. I'm going to need your help to do some of it with me." She shook her head. "Sure, why not? I have nothing better to do." He gestured around at the complex network of luminous blue, green, orange, and white lines of the verification web. "I'm going to have to extinguish some of these glowing orange lines in order to open up a corridor of sorts that you and I can move through to get to the gateway device." "Should I go with you?" "Yes. Once I clear away enough of the lines, then when I start to move toward the stone, I want you to move with me, like you are my shadow. Can you do that? Of course, but that doesn't sound like it's the crazy part. It's not. When I'm ready and we start to move, keep your arms in close. Be careful not to let any part of you touch the lines, because they will cut a slab of flesh right off you. I understand. I'm going to extinguish some of the lines, but I can't get rid of them all quite yet, or the web will collapse, and I still need it. So it will be a narrow space, and we will have to be careful. I understand. But there is something that I think you should know first. What's that? He asked. She pointed down. We're not touching the ground. We're floating about a foot above it. I know. It's part of the process. When I extinguish some of the lines, we will settle down to the ground and be able to walk to the stone. Once he was sure that she wasn't going to panic and do something that might get her killed, he realized as soon as he had the thought that Mord Sith didn't panic, and they didn't necessarily fear getting killed, as long as it was in service to protect him. He began reaching out and touching his first finger and thumb together at key intersections in the web. Since the lines were in part a creation of his own gift, he knew that as long as he was careful, they wouldn't harm him the way they would harm Vika. As he touched the first intersection of lines above and a little to the right, two of the lines crossing in front of him vanished. He continued to pinch off primary junctions of lines, in a way cauterizing the flow of power so that it wouldn't bleed away and the web would remain viable. As he pinched off intersections at the proper nodes, it extinguished lines in midair between him and the stone at the edge of the ring. With each that vanished, he could reach farther in to touch other prime points where complex networks of glowing orange lines came together. As he worked, he and Vika gradually sank toward the ground. Once their feet touched the ground, he spoke to Vika back over his shoulder. I'm going to move closer to the stone. Stay close. Don't worry. Just think of me as your shadow. Richard worked as he moved deeper until he had an adequate corridor open to the stone. It wasn't roomy, but it provided enough space for them to get through. Once there, he started clearing the glowing lines from all around the stone to give himself the access he would need to all the symbols. All right, I'm ready for the next part. Don't be alarmed. Nothing you do alarms me anymore. He smiled as he pulled his silver-handled knife from the sheath at his belt. It had an ornate letter R on it for the House of Rahl. It was a reminder of home, Kalen, and all he had left behind, as well as his responsibility to his own world. As Vika watched over his shoulder, Richard gritted his teeth and drew the razor-sharp blade across his forearm, cutting deep enough to bleed sufficiently to provide the blood he would need. He ignored the stinging pain of the cut and wiped the knife in the blood, turning it over, collecting all of it he could on the blade. He held the knife level, so that the blood wouldn't all run down and drip off. Leaning over, he touched a series of 3 emblems in the language of creation, with just enough additive magic to initiate a reset of the gateway. Each one he touched confirmed that touch of magic with a slight vibration and a tone. Once done with that, he held the knife over the stone to let the blood drip from the tip of the blade into the slot on the top where Sang had shown him they put their claw. What are you doing? Vika sounded apprehensive. I thought you said that nothing I do alarms you anymore. I'm not alarmed. I'm Mord Sith. I'm curious. Richard held the knife steady to make sure all the blood continued to drip into the slot. I'm altering the protocols with my blood, so that the gateway will only recognize a Rahl from now on. That's actually not crazy. Just wait, he whispered. What? Nothing. Richard swiftly stroked the edge of the blade up his arm again to collect more blood. Once he had, he quickly held it over the slot, letting more of his blood drip from the tip into the slot. He didn't know how much would be needed to accomplish what he wanted to do, but he decided it would be best to be sure it was plenty, rather than risk having too little. As he dripped the blood in the second time, the ground began to rumble like distant thunder. A soft glow appeared in the air over the sand within the gold ring. Richard looked back at Vika. Now comes the crazy part. Her mouth dropped open. You mean none of this was the crazy part? No, not really. What are you going to do? I don't have time to explain. The reset is active. I need to complete the series. What can I do to help? I need to hold an arm around this stone. I will reach back with my other arm. I want you inside the gold ring as close as you can get to the center of that glowing light and still be able to stretch out an arm and hold my hand. Seeing his grim expression, she nodded. All right, Anything else? Just don't let go of my hand, no matter what happens. I won't, she said earnestly before she started carefully working her way back through the corridor of glowing orange lines. She turned and stretched her arm out, waiting for his hand. Richard put his right arm around the stone, and with his wrist hooked up over the top on the other side so that he could hold the knife, still dripping his blood, over the slot in the slanted top of the stone. With his left hand, he reached down and touched the reset sequence with his palm. He used enough of a flow of subtractive magic to close the verification web. As soon as he felt the final emblem vibrate under his palm, confirming that it accepted the instruction, all the glowing lines instantly turned to smoke. Those lines of smoke swirled a little in the air before they quickly began to vanish. In a moment, they were gone. But in their place, the softly glowing air within the golden ring began to vibrate with an ever-increasing roar that hurt his ears. Richard looked back at Vika. She was wincing against the pain of the thundering roar. "You will need to bend over a little more to be able to reach me," he had to yell to make sure she could hear him over the strange, vibrating, rumbling noise. She nodded as she did as he asked, bending at the waist and stretching her arm out toward him while keeping her feet in the center of the sand. She held the position, waiting for him to grab her hand. With his left hand, Richard quickly pressed his palm to the final reset authentication emblem. It pulsed a bright red to confirm that it recognized him. As soon as it did, he immediately stretched his left arm back to Vika. She grimaced against the pain of the sound as she grabbed and then gripped his hand like her life depended on it. It did. He again read the critical emblem in the language of creation that was facing him. Because it was so important, the same emblem was on all four sides of the stone so that it couldn't be missed. Each emblem was the same. It translated roughly to, "Keep your target in mind." He didn't need to know what that meant to tell him. He understood it from using a bow and arrow. When he shot, he called the target. That was what the gateway meant him to know. As strange as it seemed, it felt to him as if the gateway, now that it had his blood, was reading what was in his mind and using what he already knew in order to guide him. It was like they were now of one mind and one purpose. Richard looked back at Vika. "Once more into darkness," he cried out over the roar. Hugging his right arm around the stone, target firmly in mind, he reached over the top with his right hand and slammed the silver knife down into the slot in the stone. Chapter 76. The air within the gold ring that had been glowing with the roar abruptly began to flare with points of light, packed together so tightly that it almost looked like the air itself was burning white-hot. All of those sparkling points of light gave off a crackling sound that replaced the roar, but was just as loud. Richard hugged the stone with all his might as he gripped Vika's hand as hard as he could. He dared not lose his grip on her hand. He thought he might be hurting her, but she was squeezing back just as hard. He closed his eyes, trying to empty his mind of all the thousand worries questioning everything he had just done. No one had taught him these procedures. He had learned them from the gateway itself through its verification web. In essence, the gateway had shown him what it needed at each step. His grandfather Zed had taught him that many dangerous things of magic had failsafes that prevented anyone who wasn't supposed to from using them. He worried that maybe the things the gateway had revealed it needed to function and reset might be one of those failsafe traps to not only prevent him from successfully using something that he was not meant to use, but kill him in the process. Many failsafes were, after all, lethal. He mentally ran through everything he had done, trying to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. He knew he had done a thorough analysis, and as a result, he had disarmed all the failsafe sequences he had found from the interior perspective of the verification web. He tried to think if it was possible that there had been any that he could have missed. But if there were, it was too late now. He knew he needed to focus, so he finally put those concerns from his mind. He called the target. He tried as hard as he could not to let any other thoughts but that target enter his mind. Around the fringes of his awareness, though, a continual stream of little things nagged and nibbled, calling to him, trying to pull him away to think about each of them. He redoubled his effort to put them from his mind. As he did when he shot his bow, he saw the target in his mind, centered on it, and pulled it toward him. He didn't feel anything trying to force him from the stone, or Vika from his grip, but he dared not loosen his hold on either. He had to remind himself what mattered and put both of those thoughts from his mind as he concentrated on calling the target. He stole a quick peek. It was hard to see anything through the sparkling points of light, but he could detect the wind-swept stone all around them rapidly getting increasingly wavy. He thought it might be that his eyes were watering, so he blinked and returned to concentrating on calling the target. He had done everything to the best of his ability. He knew he could no longer dare to spare the mental effort to worry about any of it. Now, he simply focused on calling the target. That was all that mattered. It was everything that mattered. Suddenly there was a thunderous rumbling sound, low, intense, powerful. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the flash of light that had caused it. The next thing he was aware of, before he could begin to understand what had just happened, was darkness beyond dark. Abruptly, there was no longer any sound at all. The profound silence rang in his ears until it hurt, and then even that sensation was gone. Richard felt nothing. It was a complete lack of any sights or sounds or sensations. He couldn't tell up from down. He couldn't feel if he still had hold of Vika's hand or if he was still holding the stone. He desperately hoped that he was. If he wasn't, then it had all been for nothing, and he would go forever into darkness until even his thoughts gradually disintegrated into nothing and became part of the void. He had absolutely no sense of time. He didn't know if it had been minutes, hours, or even days since the silent darkness had abruptly collapsed in on him. Even that sensation of falling and the awful expectation of hitting the bottom left him. Having done this before made it easier to do again. He told himself that this was no different than it had been last time. But somehow, in some indescribable way, this was different. Very different. Profoundly different. Despite having done this before, it was a sensation of no sensation that left him feeling hollow and lost. Since he had done this before, it was relatively easy to talk himself out of any panic. He knew that eventually it had to end, in one way or the other. So he tried his best to disregard the sensation, or rather, the lack of sensation, and focus only on calling the target. That was his only job now. To keep his mind from wandering into disturbing places, even as he concentrated on calling the target, he thought of Kaylin in the background behind the target. He pictured her face in his mind. He smiled when she smiled. Chapter 77. Suddenly, light and sound and sensation slammed in all around him. It was such a powerful awareness that it made him gasp. It was so totally different from the void of all sensation that the abrupt weight and light and sound hurt. He could feel himself still holding Vika's hand, and he still had his other arm around the gateway stone. Richard opened his eyes, afraid he would see the same terrible place in the Glee's world. Instead, he saw his target brought to life all around him. Despite having expected it, he blinked in surprise. Vika turned all the way around, her eyes wide with wonder. "You did it! You did it! Lord Rahl, you did it! You got us home!" The gateway stone was right there beside him the way it had been, except that now wisps of vapor rose off of it. The gold ring sat in the white sand like it had been before, but this sand was white. Really white. All around him, in all its glory, was the Garden of Life. He could see the stand of trees off to one side, with the path meandering back through them. It made him feel so good to see trees again that he thought his chest might burst. When he looked up, he saw the glassed skylight overhead that let in the sunlight of his world. The sky was a clear, bright blue, not red. All around him there was color, greens of every shade and browns and whites. Color had never looked so luscious, so vibrant before. He and Vika stared around at the place. It didn't seem possible that it could be real. This was the target he had called, and it was all around them, and it was real. They were in the People's Palace. They were home again in their own world. Vika finally gripped him by his shoulders as she looked into his eyes. She had to swallow to be able to use her voice. "Lord Rahl, I will never ever again, for as long as I live, doubt any of your crazy ideas." Richard smiled as he used a thumb to wipe tears from under her eyes. Don't be so quick to make that pledge. You have not yet heard what other crazy ideas I have. By the look in her eyes, she didn't care. He turned more serious. I expect all those I love to occasionally doubt my crazy ideas, because questions from ones I care about and trust make me have to be sure, for their sake, before I act. So don't ever stop questioning my crazy ideas. She smiled. All right, but now what? I'm afraid that we're back where we started. The Mother Confessor and the rest of them are a long way off at the Wizard's Keep. He looked over at the gateway stone sitting beside him. The vapor was finally beginning to abate. It was still making a soft humming sound, as it had back in the Glee's world when he had activated it. Vika gestured at the slanted top. Don't forget your knife. Richard could see that several of the emblems were still glowing red, and a couple were blue. I'm not done yet. While the reset process is still active, I have to put in a failsafe. A failsafe? Yes, a procedure that prevents just anyone with the gift from being able to reset it or use it. Believe it or not, if you activate the gateway in the way I've done, you can actually create a duplicate. Vika frowned. What for? Richard shrugged. I don't know. Maybe so that you can play that you are gods by gifting a gateway to other worlds. Maybe this one is a duplicate and that is how the Glee came to have it. Maybe the ones who gave it to them wanted to play at being gods. But you know for sure that there was no duplication this time, right? Are you sure this device is the one from the Glee's world? And that they don't have one anymore? Maybe a duplicate of this one? I'm positive. The procedure for creating a duplicate is completely different. This is the original from the Glee's world, and there is no duplicate left behind. The Glee are going to be trapped in their world. They can never again travel to other worlds. I think Sang and his friends will be happy about that. And only you can ever do that with this one? Richard nodded. Only a Rahl, yes, with failsafes to prevent just anyone from figuring it out and using it. The knife I used is only used by special people. The gateway will recognize only it, the same way it was set to recognize the claw of a Glee before. That's one safeguard. My blood created another protocol, so that the gateway will only recognize Rahl blood. That should be specific enough, shouldn't it? Richard shook his head. With something this dangerous, you can't be too careful. It needs something more, another failsafe that no one would likely know how to use. Something that only the right person would know. Like what? Richard flashed her a smile before squatting down before the stone. Most of the symbols in the language of creation glowed a soft blue. One of them in the series of final emblems still glowed red, indicating that the reset was still open. He knew that once he touched it, the protocols would lock in and set. Before he put his hand on the pulsing red symbol, he reached down to another series of emblems designed to accept additional properties. He recognized that this was a way he could set a fail-safe protocol. He tapped that lower emblem once each time he counted out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each tap elicited a soft chime along with a pulse of brighter light. He tapped the emblem one last time. 9. He spread his fingers to touch 2 green emblems at the same time. The gateway stone made a soft, dull sound as it recognized and accepted the new failsafe. Finally, he pressed his palm against the glowing red, pulsing symbol. He felt it make a soft vibration to confirm that the failsafe was set and all the new protocols he had initiated were locked in. Vika leaned close, looking at the symbols as the light within them gradually faded away and finally went out. The gateway stone once more looked like the inert stone it had seemed to be the first time they had seen it. It now appeared to be nothing more than a smooth but not polished stone, with symbols inscribed on it. Vika looked puzzled. She gestured at the gateway stone. What were you counting? This thing is obviously dangerous. As dangerous as the most dangerous magic. I'm not sure how to destroy it, or what harm it could cause if I tried, so instead I decided to make sure that it will be incredibly difficult for anyone to ever use. To make the gateway work, I locked in protocols that one now has to use a special knife like the one I'm carrying, and raw blood. But it's always possible that those requirements could be met, even against the will of a Rahl, by using a knife like this to kill him. This kind of knife, with raw blood on it, would meet the initial procedures, but it's too dangerous to leave it at that. So I set into the gateway a protocol that, in addition to this kind of knife and raw blood, the law of nines is also required for the gateway to work. Without the law of nines, no gateway. It will remain an inert piece of stone. Vika rose up. You are a devious man, Lord Rahl. Richard let out a deep breath now that it was finalized. You've said that before. It bears repeating. He looked to the path out of the Garden of Life. We need to get to the Wizard's Keep. Kaelin was about to give birth, back when we left her there. Chapter 78. It was a long and difficult journey getting to the keep the last time, she reminded him. We had better get some fast horses. I have a better way, Richard told her. Another crazy idea? Please tell me you don't intend to use the gateway to get us there. Richard shook his head at the very notion. Dear spirits, no. I'm not sure that would even be possible. But I know a better way, and it's not crazy at all. Let's go. As they went through the double doors and out of the Garden of Life, there was a very surprised knot of men of the first file standing right there. They all stepped back, stunned at seeing the Lord Rahl and Vika. It looked as if they had heard sounds and were all gathered by the doors. At seeing him, all of them snapped to attention after stepping back and clapped their fists to their hearts. One of the Lord Rahl's personal guards stepped forward. The man was even bigger than the men of the first file. He was armored with fitted leather and had metal bands around his massive arms, just above his elbows. Those bands had razor-sharp projections on them that were used in close-quarters combat. They could tear an opponent apart with ease in short order. The big man blinked in astonishment. Lord Rahl, we weren't expecting you. I suppose not, Richard said. To tell you the truth, I wasn't expecting me to be here ever again. When the man only frowned in confusion, Vika showed him a smile. We went into darkness to get here. He clearly didn't have a clue as to what she could mean. We've been keeping extra guards on this place since you told us to before you left, the captain of the guard said. Not a soul has gone in there, but we heard noises and thought that maybe it was more of the glee. He leaned over to look around Richard and through the open doors into the Garden of Life. The man looked painfully puzzled. How did you get in there? I just returned from the world of the glee, he told them. The eyes of all the men widened. They were killing people in our world, and they killed a lot of people here, at the palace. I had to make sure they can never come here to harm anyone again. The captain looked grim. There was an attack. Not long after you and the Mother Confessor disappeared, some time back. But none since then, thank the Creator. That wasn't the Creator's doing, Vika told them. It was Lord Rahl's. Richard ignored her and addressed the captain. I'm sorry to hear about that. But at least there is no longer any need to ever again have to worry about attacks from those monsters. They will never be able to come here to our world again. The captain frowned his concern. Lord Rahl, how can you be so sure of that? Those demons could just show up out of thin air. We never knew when or where. How can you be sure they will not come again? Richard gestured back through the open double doors. Because I stole the device they used to travel to our world and brought it back with me. Jaws dropped. Weren't they angry you did that? The commander asked. Well, yes, actually they were, but the ones who objected are now dead. They all looked at Vika, like maybe she could explain the incomprehensible to them. I know it sounds crazy, she told them, but Lord Rahl sometimes does crazy things. If he didn't, we would be the ones who were dead by now. The captain cleared his throat. We are certainly happy to hear that you are safely back in our world with us, Lord Rahl. But what of the Mother Confessor? You were going to the keep for her safety. Yes, well, and therein lies the problem. I wanted to bring the device I stole from the glee here, where I know it will be safe under the protection of the first file. Now that I've done that, I need to get to the keep as soon as possible. What can we do to help? Get me to the Sliff. At that command, he sensed Vika tense up, and he saw her glance down at the Sword of Truth. He showed her a small smile. Since the sword has been touched by the world of the dead, and this time there isn't any risk to Kaelin's pregnancy, I can take my sword with me in the sliff. Her expression eased. That's a relief. Richard nodded his agreement and then turned to the captain. The fastest way to the sliff, if you please. The man clapped a fist to his heart. Come with us. Richard could see in Vika's face that she had lost weight. They had eaten hardly anything in the days they were in the world of the Glee. He was feeling weak himself. He knew that the sliff would take at least a day to get them to the keep. Before they started out, he took one of the other soldiers by the arm. It's going to be a long journey. Please bring me and Vika something to eat. Nothing fancy or anything that would take time to prepare. Some kind of meat. Whatever is already cooked. Bring it to the sliff and be quick about it. Chapter 79. Breathe. Richard had traveled with the sliff a number of times, and as was usually the case, it was both breathtaking, in more ways than one, and utterly terrifying. The only difference this time was that he didn't need to be told twice to breathe when they arrived and the sliff pushed him to the surface. While the sliff could be an experience of profound wonder, his sense of urgency meant that he didn't care about any of that. He simply wanted out. He threw one arm over the side of the sliff's well to hold himself up as he forced her fluid from his lungs, returning it to her, and then pulled in a deep breath. The shock of air made his body want to reject it. Despite the burning discomfort, he quickly pulled another deep breath as he grabbed a fistful of red leather as a limp Vika bobbed to the surface nearby. He pulled her up from the churning silver liquid to the edge where he was holding on with one arm over the side of the stone well. Slipping his other arm around her, under her arms, he helped keep her head above the sliff's quick silver surface. She was limp and unresponsive. The silver fluid sluiced off her hair and red leather. Breathe, he yelled in her ear. He knew from experience that the sliff would be telling her the same thing, but in her mind, much the same way the Glee had talked to them. She didn't respond. He put his mouth closer to her ear. Vika, breathe. I need you. Do it for me. She abruptly opened her eyes wide and exhaled the silver fluid as if she had just been surprised awake. She gasped a deep lungful of air and immediately winced in pain. The first few breaths after breathing the sliff were painful, not just physically, but also mentally, because all your mind wanted was to stay in the velvety silver dream world. She coughed, spitting up a little blood. In her mind, he knew she didn't want to breathe air again and at first had to force herself to do it. The quick silver-like fluid of the sliff was an otherworldly, spectacular experience unlike any other. It was a release from the bounds of the world of life, a sensation of free-floating, flying, and drifting all at once. It was in a way like being with a good spirit in a different kind of existence, where the concerns of the world no longer mattered. Once in the sliff, breathing her silver fluid, you never wanted it to end. Except this time Richard had been eager for it to end. Richard threw a leg up and over the side of the stone well. He pulled Vika up, helping her to get her arms up and over the wall. She was still limp. Breathe, Vika. I'm breathing, she complained. The silver fluid in the well swelled up in the center, pulling upward until it formed into a beautiful, shiny, reflective face. Were you pleased, Master? Yes, Richard said, very pleased. I know how painful death was for you, but I am glad that your sword now knows death as well, so you can take it with you when we travel again. It is always a pleasure to be with you. Then come. I can take you many places. Where would you like to go? You will be pleased. I would like that very much, but I have some business right now. Maybe later. When? I'm not sure yet, but really it was wonderful. I was pleased. The silver face smiled. I am glad, Master. A bit of a silver frown formed. You are sure you were pleased? Yes, Richard said, nodding, as he hauled Vika's upper body over the edge. As she finally got a leg over, he helped her down to the ground. Very pleased. You may go back now and be with your soul. I will call on you again just as soon as I wish to travel.
Thank you, Master, for traveling with me. I enjoyed it. When you wish to travel again, I will be waiting for your call.
With that, the silver face melted down into her churning silver waters. The reflective fluid began sinking down inside the well. Richard looked over the edge to see the choppy surface receding at an ever-increasing speed until in a blink it was gone down into the darkness. When he looked back, Vika had her fists on her hips. That was just plain weird. I know. Traveling in the sliff is a strange experience. No, I mean that conversation was weird. Why were you talking to that thing like that? Richard waved off the question. It's a long story. Come on, let's go. They raced out of the sliff's room and along the railing around the pit with the dark rock sitting in the center of dark water. Their sudden appearance caused small creatures on the rock to leap into the surrounding water. The lower reaches of the keep were dark and gloomy. Occasionally, there was a long shaft that reached to the outside to let in light and fresh air. Richard took them the shortest way he knew to get to the massive lower chamber that was kind of like a central hub. From there, one could go to any number of different places and levels in the keep. The chamber was so long that he couldn't recognize a person's face from one end to the other. It wasn't nearly so wide, but it was immensely tall. Up near the top, there were long openings that let the keep breathe, changing the air down deep in the place and letting it flow through the halls. It also let birds and bats come and go. Both came for the bugs. It was a long climb from the lower keep. They went up both narrow, dark stone stairs and more elaborate staircases. Together they raced down passageways and through elaborately decorated rooms. Higher up in the keep, when they finally rushed around a corner, Richard heard voices. He looked down a broad hall to see two women standing at a window looking out and talking. Richard trotted down the hall with Vika at his side. He slowed to a breathless stop near the women. Both stared with wide eyes as he and Vika caught their breath. "Sister Fedra, right?" he finally asked. She curtsied. "Lord Rahl, it has been a very long time. I am surprised you remember me." Both women stared at the red leather. "This is Vika," he told them as he held a hand toward her in introduction. The sister likewise lifted a hand out to the side. "This is Jenna, one of the women from down in the city who come up here to help out at the keep." Richard offered her a quick tip of his head in greeting. She blushed, and then performed a shaky curtsy, too intimidated by the Lord Rahl to speak. It was something that he'd gotten somewhat used to. He didn't have the time to talk her out of her mute fright. "Where's Kaylin?" he asked the sister. "She was pregnant. Did she have the babies yet? Is she all right? Where is she?" The woman blinked at the burst of questions. She turned to the window and pointed out. "She went down there. She said she wanted to have her children where she was born." "She went down to the confessor's palace?" Richard was astonished that she would take that risk before knowing that she would be safe from the glee. "That's right," Sister Fedra said. "She has been down there for quite some time now." Chapter 80. As he and Vika raced into the majesty of the confessor's palace, two of the women who lived and worked there were already rushing toward them, skirts held in a hand as they ran. "Lord Rahl! Lord Rahl!" one of them called out, waving an arm overhead to make sure they saw her. They both ran up to meet Richard and Vika as they came into the bright, airy, grand central entryway. "Lord Rahl!" "Yes?" "I'm Ginny. This is Nina." "A runner just arrived to tell us that you were on your way," Nina put in as if it were exciting gossip, or maybe she was just excited to see him. Richard had been in a hurry to get there, so he was surprised to hear it. "A runner? A runner beat us here?" "Rachel," Ginny said with a grin. "She knows the shortcuts." Richard frowned. "Rachel? You mean Chase's daughter? That Rachel?" Ginny nodded. "Yes, she is such a big help to everyone. She has long legs, that girl. She was so excited to tell us that she had spotted you and the Mord Sith that she had to race all the way down here as fast as she could to tell the Mother Confessor." She pointed toward the ceiling. "She is up there with her now." "Where is Kaylin? Has she had the babies yet? Ginny held her arm out, directing him. "Come! Everyone will be so excited that you have returned. To be honest, we all thought you were dead. Everyone except the Mother Confessor. She said..." Richard wanted to strangle the words out of her. She said what? He looked over at the other woman instead. What did she say?
Well, Nina stammered, she said that you weren't dead, that you would...
Would what? Nina blushed furiously.
She said that you would get some crazy idea and be able to come back to us. I guess she was right. Oh, I don't mean she was right that you would have a crazy idea. I'm sure your ideas aren't crazy, but that you would return.
When Richard swished his hand to urge them to get moving and show the way, Ginny immediately turned and led him and Vika up a grand stairway of white marble to a spacious balcony that ran most of the way around 3 sides of the palatial entryway. Around one side of that balcony, they went up a second stairway to the 3rd floor, and then turned down the central hall. As they hurried down a wide, elaborate hallway with comfortable-looking chairs and groupings, Shale came racing around a corner out ahead.
Lord Rahl!
She rushed up and seized him by his shoulders.
Dear spirits, we thought for sure that you were lost to us.
Vika cocked an eyebrow. He got a crazy idea how to come back. Shale stared at her a moment, but had no answer. She turned back to Richard. He was surprised to see her in such a fine dress.
The Mother Confessor will be relieved to see you. She was so worried, but she would never admit it. Whenever one of us would look at her, concerned for her and what she must be fearing, she would just smile and tell us not to worry, that you would be back.
Richard threw up his arms. Where is she? Bags, would one of you take me to her? Ginny and Nina blushed at the language. Come on, Shale said, rolling a hand to urge him to follow. She started him down the hallway toward another grand stairway. Richard was beside himself. Has she had the babies yet? Are they all right? Is Kaylin all right?
Just come on and you can see for yourself.
Shale led Richard and Vika up the stairs 2 at a time. Ginny and Nina hastened along behind. The palace was white and quiet and beautiful, but it was all a blur to Richard. He hardly saw any of it. He just wanted to get to Kaylin. And then as they came to another hallway, he saw a group of people all milling around down the hall. He recognized the Mord Sith, but they were all in white leather, which was a shock after having seen them in their red leather for so long. Berdine spotted him coming and broke into a dead run. When she got to him, she leaped up into his arms, nearly knocking him down. She threw her legs around his waist. Lord Rahl, you're back! Richard grabbed her by the waist and set her down. He flashed a quick smile as he turned her around and pushed her ahead as he rushed onward to the group outside a doorway. He saw Chase there, with his wife, Emma. He paused long enough to squeeze the big man's arm in silent greeting.
Richard!
Rachel cried out as she suddenly hugged him. He ran a hand down the back of her head of long hair. He was surprised to see that she was now nearly as tall as him. Richard looked around at the small group. I need to see Kaylin. Shale smiled as she opened a white door with ornate carving on it. She held the door open for him and motioned him in. Richard stared at her. Shale grinned.
Go on, then.
Chapter 81. Richard walked into a beautiful room decorated with cream-colored curtains with a textured pattern and white frame and panel walls. The reflector lamps mounted on the walls were all silver, but none were lit. The carpets were leaf patterns in various shades of off-white. It wasn't a large room, considering the size of the palace, but it looked special. The bed had 4 posts, draped over the top with a white filmy material that hung down on each side near the headboard. Through the open window, Richard could hear birds chirping outside. In the distance, the looming keep looked down over them, a dark protector of the confessors. From that bed, Kaylin's green eyes were locked on him from the moment he walked through the doorway. His heart hammered as he stared at her. She was so beautiful, he felt tears well up in his eyes. In each arm, she held a bundle. He could just see the tops of the babies' heads. Are you all right? He asked in a hushed tone, feeling stupid because he couldn't think of anything better to say. Now that I see you, everything is good, she said in a soft voice. Everyone was so worried, but I knew that you would find a way to come back to me. I'm sorry it took me so long. I wanted to be here when the babies came, but She was still smiling. You are back with me now. That's all that matters to me. You don't have to worry about the Glee coming after us ever again. No one in our world ever has to fear them again." "The Golden Goddess is not the new Golden Age, then?" she asked. Richard shook his head. "No. A golden ring helped me get back to you and make our children safe. That golden ring is with us now, here, in our world. I think that is what it really meant when I promised you the beginning of a new golden age. That's where that promise really comes from. I wanted you to know. It's nothing else, nothing bad." She nodded against the pillow she was propped up on. "One day you can tell me about your crazy adventure, but right now, come and meet our children." At long last, Richard carefully stepped to the edge of the bed, close to her. He didn't think he had ever felt more nervous and expectant all at once. Kaelin smiled with bliss, with tranquility, and in weariness. It somehow calmed him. Her green eyes calmed him. "Lord Rahl, I would like you to meet your children." She lifted the one in her left arm, on the other side of her from Richard, out a little. "This is your daughter, Cara Amnel." He stared in wonder a moment at his sleeping daughter. Kaelin looked down as she lifted the other one, asleep in the crook of her right arm, out a little. "And this is your son, Zedekias Rahl." Richard stared at his son a moment, then bent and gently kissed the top of his head, then leaned farther and kissed the forehead of his daughter. At last, he finally kissed Kaelin, making everything he had been through melt into nothing. He straightened as he smiled down at her. "Their names are perfect. They are perfect. You are perfect." Both babies reached a tiny hand out then. They looked almost like they were searching for each other's hands. Using her fingers on the bundles she held, Kaelin gently smoothed their hands back inside the blankets. She smiled her special smile at Richard as her eyes closed. Shale came up behind him and took his arm to urge him back. "She needs to rest now," the sorceress whispered. "You can talk to her again after she gets some much-needed sleep." Richard didn't want to leave, but he wanted all three to rest. Chapter 82. Once they were outside the room, Shale gently closed the door. "She wanted so much for you to see the babies that she has been trying to stay awake until you came back to her. She knew you would be back, and she wanted to see that you were safe. She can rest easy now." The Mord Sith were all beaming at him. Vika put a hand on his back for a moment, a touch of congratulations that meant more than words. In that simple human act, Richard saw far more. He saw a journey back from madness. "She looked so tired," he said. He gave Shale a meaningful look. "Is everything all right? Did it go well, the birth, I mean?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Mord Sith all share a look. Shale glanced over at Rachel as an excuse to divert her gaze for a moment. She finally looked back up at Richard. "Yes, the babies finally arrived. They are all well." "Why is she here at the Confessor's Palace?" Richard asked suspiciously. "We went through a lot of trouble to get to the keep so she could give birth where she would be safe. What is she doing here?" Rachel touched his arm to answer. "She said that she was born here, and she wanted her children to be born in the Confessor's Palace as well." "But the danger of the Glee. Why would you all let her come down here to give birth?" "Have you ever tried to tell the Mother Confessor no?" Shale asked. "It is not so easy, let me tell you." Richard realized that he knew the truth of that. "We tried to tell her to stay in the keep where she would be safe," Berdine said. "But she said it wasn't a problem because you would see to it that she and your children would be safe." "But he did," Vika said. "He saw to it that they were safe. He didn't let her down. He didn't let any of us down." Richard looked back at the sorceress. "You helped her then, when the babies came?" "I did," she said as she was overcome with a peaceful smile. "As I promised you, I wouldn't let you or her down." Richard could sense an odd tension in the mood of all those in the hallway. Was the birth difficult? Cassia, standing next to Shale, turned her back on Richard and whispered to Shale. Richard could just barely hear her say, "Tell him." Richard looked back at Shale. Her smile faltered. "What is it?" Was there a problem with the birth? I should have been here. I'm sorry. I came as fast as I could. What is it? What happened? Shale folded her fingers together, holding her hands together in front. Well, to be honest, it was a difficult birth. Partly because of all the mother's breath we gave her. But there was more to it. Kaylin was in labor for days. She finally gave birth not long ago. But she looks all right. She looks just fine. The twins look beautiful and are sleeping peacefully. No, she is fine. That's not it. The babies are fine as well. Richard gestured as he grew impatient. Well then, what is it that all of you know about and none of you are saying? Shale cleared her throat. The thing is, Lord Rahl, she had a very difficult birth. The babies... You already said that. The babies what? Shale glanced away from the intensity in his eyes. The babies had a difficult time being born. Richard had been with Zed when he had helped with a few difficult births. He knew how tense that kind of situation could be. Why? What was the problem? Well, actually, Shale said, I've never seen anything like it before, so it's rather hard to explain. Richard was at his wits' end. He threw his hands up in the air. What was the problem? What happened? Shale cleared her throat again. The thing is, we were having a difficult time helping her in delivering the babies. Richard looked from face to face. Were they breech? No, that wasn't it exactly, Shale said. Richard planted his fists on his hips. What was it then? Why was it difficult? Tell me. Shale finally looked back up into his eyes. When the twins were being born, they were holding hands as the mother confessor was trying to give birth. Richard stared at her a long moment. Holding hands. Shale nodded. We had a very hard time getting them to let go of each other so they could finish being born. After we finally pried their hands apart, Kara was born first. Zedekias came immediately after. For a time, we didn't know if we would be able to get their hands apart so they could both be born. It was a tense situation. Richard frowned. It didn't make any sense. They are newborn infants. How difficult can it be to pry their little fingers away from each other? Shale looked up at him from under her brow. You do realize they are both gifted, right? They were holding on to each other not just with their hands, but with the power of their gifts. The end. This is John Skelly. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Into Darkness, a Children of Dahara novel, Episode 5, by Terry Goodkind.